Yeah, I think it'll be.
All right, we are back online, everyone. Thank you so much for those of you who are joining us at home. We have had a couple of little technical issues with the World Wide Web. It is big and it is bad at times. So we are going to put some of the previous recordings of images that we've already judged back online and provide you with a link shortly. But we're going to kick it off again with our next print, please. Yes, please, Alan. Thank you so much. Charmaine, can I get you to step in just for Alan, please? So often with 5 judges on the panel, there may be a print that comes up that they possibly know. They may know the entrant, or they feel that they would prefer not to judge it, and we give our judges that option. So we're just going to have one of our judges in waiting step in. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 69. So this is right on the cusp of just below. No, sorry. I am looking at the different score and it hasn't come through. So please ignore that.
Yeah, that's the live stream.
Right. Okay, so just to clarify, what we're looking at here is the print that we're judging is not the same print that our viewers at home are looking at. Oh, it is? Okay, we've got one monitor showing a different digital version with the scores. Okay, so we have a score of 77. So this image is sitting in the commended category. And could I please get, yeah. Go for it, please, Mandarin. We're going to have a challenge.
Yeah, I put this in semi-final for a couple of reasons. It's beautifully crisp. The exposure is captured wonderfully. The splashing of the water, the square composition works really well. The emotion of the lady is absolutely captivating, and I'd love to hear from other judges to see if we can add a few more points.
Thank you so much. I might get a comment, if I can, from you, Katie. You're writing it.
Yeah, I don't have any criticism of this image, really. I mean, the only very small technical thing is possibly there's a little too much foreground going on there, but I just think it sits really nicely as an emotive moment, captured quite well. Yeah, I think it sits well in highly commended.
Okay, thank you. And Lisa, can I grab a comment from you, please?
Yeah, I actually agree with both of you. So I guess I'm listening to Mandarin. I actually quite like the foreground and the softness of the entire surrounding of the two. I actually thought it was 2 males, but that just could be short hair. I'm not sure. I don't think it really matters. It's clearly a couple, and that's what is key here, who are having a great time. Yeah, I'm listening.
Okay. Mandarin, we might come back to you, actually.
And I'm so sorry to the photographer if I've mistaken the gender, so I'll be a little bit more neutral. To reference what everyone said, I actually really feel that the foreground leads your eye in. You're almost trying to look through the water to see if you can see their shapes within the water itself. It is just the spirit of joy in the faces is captured so perfectly, so beautiful. It's that old decisive moment with the splashing of the water. It's just captured perfectly. The quality of the subtle tones of the water just bring it all home. So I do believe this is eligible for at least a semi-finalist. So I'd love to see everyone bring it up.
Thank you, judges. Now, if you could please re-enter your scores. Mandarin, if you could keep your score at 84. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 80. So that print is now a semi-finalist. And next print, please. Our judges are using electronic devices to enter their scores here, so we've got a lot of moving parts to make this happen, to be able to bring it to you at home if you can't be here in person. But obviously, if you are here in person, you get to see all of these glorious images printed beautifully, and anything that receives a score of 80 and above will be hanging on display for those who come on down if you're located in Melbourne. We have a score of 73. We're relatively close there, so I might get a comment if I can from you, Shireen.
I think the what the photographer was going for here was a lovely little story, and perhaps the parents are racing mad, car mad, perhaps they're even racing car drivers themselves, but there's some stories that we could read into this, so I applaud the photographer trying to convey that. Just making it, for me, so that I could have understood the story a little bit more. I would have liked perhaps a little bit more information, and that would have been great.
Okay, excellent feedback, thank you. Next print, please. So what judges are looking for here in terms of the scoring range, we have a scoring range of 70 to 79 that is commended. So this is where we are looking for prints that fall within that professional standard practice of image making. And then our next range is 80 to 89, that is a semi-finalist range, and that is just above standard professional practice, and edging our way towards 90 to 100, and that is finalist range. I'm whispering because I didn't want people to hear if I'm going, is that better? As the microphone comes closer to my mouth. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 76, and again, all of our judges are sitting in that commended range. Can I get a comment from you, please, Alan?
This has been photographed really well in terms of how, lens choice and leading lines, all those kind of things. I think, and there's great connection too between everyone in the shot. Just one thing that's probably letting it down to is just the printing. The black's just blocking up on the shirt. If that was sort of promptly printed a little bit better, this would have jumped up a little bit more.
Excellent, thank you. Next print, please. And as Alan just said, this referring to the print quality, this is a print competition. Our judges are judging the print, not the digital image that our online viewers are looking at. And Sharma, can I get you just to jump in again? Thank you, judges. We have a score of 80. Well done. That's in our semi-finalist range. And Katie, you're right on 80.
I mean, who doesn't love a baby yawn? I just could never get enough of looking at baby yawns. I love it. Beautiful expression. It's been really, really beautifully composed. My only little thing that I think would possibly bring it up higher for me was just the separation between the baby's left shoulder and the background. I just think I would have liked to have seen a bit more definition there.
Thank you. Next print, please. Whether you are viewing online or here in person, this is the best classroom you will find when it comes to image making. The judges are looking at a range of different elements. And when they get up out of their chairs, every time I say next print please, if you are not here in person, what they are looking at is every single detail. And nothing goes unmissed. All of our judges are trained. They have been doing this for a long time, so they know exactly what they're looking for. Thank you, judges. We have a semi-finalist score of 84. And all of our judges are within that scoring range. Could I please get a comment, if I might, Alan?
Well conceived. I love the concept and the idea of how this has been all put together. The frame and the art gallery side of things, it's beautiful. And yeah, I forget what it's called, the style that this has been put together in. I feel like some extra care on skin tones, especially down the lower on the girl at the bottom, could have sort of helped bring this up. In the colour temperature of the skin, I should say.
Okay, thank you very much. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 80. Now there's only just a few points here separating you all. 3 of you are in that semi-finalist range. Could I get a comment from Shireen, please?
Yeah, I just thought it was obviously the photographer's taken great care with this. They've thought about what they're putting together. They're trying to communicate a story, and it's a good story, and I appreciate that.
Right,
Printed well. it's, you know, the colour palette's really lovely as well. I really enjoyed it.
Thank you very much. Next print, please. What I loved is the storytelling elements that you mentioned in that, because our images entered into this category don't have image titles or descriptions, so it is up to the entrant to provide us with a narrative. Images that are entered into the APP Epson Print Awards are designed to celebrate the best in professional photography from Australia and across the world, so not just here in Australia. Thanks to our generous sponsors, entrants have the opportunity to win lots of prizes. But we don't do it for that, do we? We don't enter for the prizes, we enter for the feedback. We enter to push ourselves each year and lift the bar of our industry. Thank you. We have a score of 78. Thank you, judges. Again, you're all very, very close there. Shireen actually would like to comment on this. Thank you.
I was just going to say that it's so close, and I would have pushed it over the edge. For me, the cropping was just a little bit tight, especially on the bottom when the cello is a major part of that whole image. To chop the bottom off, I would have loved to have seen it just actually in there, and that would have pushed me over the edge a bit more.
Thank you very much. Great feedback. Now, before we bring up our next print, I might just do like a bit of a rotation, if that's all right. So,
The bass, can I just confirm that was the bass?
the bass, not the cello. That's all right. We are.
Apologies.
As I said, our prints don't come through with descriptions. All right, judges, if I could do a little rotation here. If I could actually, who have I got coming through here? Alan, if I could get you to jump off, please. And I might get Charmaine to come on. Sorry. And I will rotate our judges often, actually. And Lisa, can I get you to come off, please? And can I get you to come on? Bruce, come on down. Welcome. Now, while our judges are just logging in there, they can't. Oh, okay. Excellent. Next print, please. So just while we're waiting for that score to come through, I am Kelly Brown. I probably should have introduced myself. I am the chair, what we call a panel chair, so sort of like a sixth judge, essentially, just another set of eyes. I'm here to kind of talk a little bit more about what it is that we're doing for our viewers.
Thank you.
And assist our judges when they need it. I'm not here to provide a score, but I am here to add my 2 cents worth. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 72. And again, we are all relatively close. Mandarin, please.
high key images can be absolutely stunning if they're done correctly. There's a lot of potential here. The highlights are very blown out though, so be mindful of that. And also when you're using shapes like the shape of the florally headpiece, be mindful of perhaps the depth of field being so out of focus. It is quite distracting, and perhaps if the photographer had changed the position of the face or the headpiece, it wouldn't be so distracting cutting into the eye.
Thank you very much. Great feedback. Next print, please. So as I said earlier, when we're looking at our scoring ranges, the commended range of 70 to 79 is, I'll read it out from my little card, which each of the judges also have. It says a high level of visual communication, narrative, interpretation of a subject or aesthetic expression. High level of technique, including exposure, colour and lighting. High level of post-production skill, image quality and attention to detail. And a high standard for a professional client or self-commission work. So if you do score within this range, well done, because it means that you're doing what we should be doing when we are creating photographs for our clients, or if you're creating work for yourself or your own family. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 79, and we're pretty close there. Could I please get a comment from Charmaine?
Yes, I love the connection here with these two. Possibly just a little bit of vignetting and a little bit more softer lighting would have enhanced it more for me.
Thank you. Yeah, excellent. Belinda's just reminded me that anything that does sit on that cusp will go for review at the end of the category so that our judges can look at it again to see if it does move to that next category. Next print, please. What you're also not seeing, if you are watching at home online, is all of our amazing volunteers, our print handlers that have given up their time to be here, as well as our judges, of course, and our scribes, all of us. But we do it because we love it. It's a pretty incredible community to be a part of, and I can tell you it's not just amazing to be a part of in terms of that support and encouragement, but it's inspiring to be surrounded by so many incredible artists. So if you ever get an opportunity to attend something like this in person, please come join us. We have a score of 79. So again, this one is right on that cusp. Now, we do have...
I would love to challenge this.
Katie on 88. So that means she is more than 5 points from our average score, and she can challenge.
I
Take it
think
away.
this is just so divine. The expression on both the dog and the little boy, they're so engaging. They clearly love each other. It's been really expertly handled, I think, in all aspects, the way it's been shot, the way it's been processed, the way it's been printed. I really can't fault it. And looking at it from back here too, look at the shape. They're like a little mountain together. And it just seems so genuine and beautiful to me, even though it's obviously been posed to a certain extent, but it's not that easy to get a small child like that to do exactly what you want. I think the degree of difficulty is quite high, and I particularly love the way the dog's legs and the little boy's legs kind of have that beautiful harmony together. It's just gorgeous. I think this is absolutely a semi-finalist image.
All right. Mandarin, can I get a comment, please?
absolutely agree with what Katie said about the composition, the shape, repeating shape of the legs. It's very cute. Where the image was let down for me was there seems to be a tension between the dog and the boy. That the boy doesn't seem relaxed. It does seem quite posed. The dog looks like it's ready to get up rather than just quite content being there. So that's where I struggle to score it higher.
Thank you. Can I get a comment from you, please?
I'm in the same spot with attention. That was pretty much what brought me down. Yeah, I don't really have much more to add.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, Charmaine, if you have something up to add. No? Okay. Let's come back to you, Katie.
It's so interesting because I just don't read it that way at all. I read it as quite relaxed. I read it as the dog's used to the little boy being snuggly with him like that. And the little boy does that. To me, they're posing for a photo. But how challenging is it to get a dog, and I'm guessing that kid's about 3 or 4, how challenging is it to get a dog and a kid together? Like, this is the sort of thing I do in my studio, and it is not easy at all. And so maybe the tension you're feeling is just that this is unusual, this is unexpected, but it's like they're posing, they're looking at the camera, waiting for their shot, but the way that they're connected and lying together looks so comfortable and familiar to me. So I hope that you could just reconsider maybe the unexpected in this and bring your scores up a little bit.
Excellent. Judges, could you please re-enter your scores? Katie, can you re-enter yours at 88? Thank you. And we now have a score of 82. Thank you, judges. This is what we love about a challenge. It allows discussion, and we'll go ahead with our next print, please. And for us to provide lots of feedback for our entrant. While the judges are looking at this print, I'm going to introduce 2 ladies that are sitting here to my left, Belinda Richards and Kay Davis. They are entering all of the scores, making sure that this runs smoothly. Definitely not something they're doing for the first time. They have been around for a while and know exactly what's going on. Thank you, judges. We have an average score of 79. Well, we can still clap, that's right. It is very, very close. And there are only a few points there within this scoring range, so it will go for review. Could I get a quick comment, please, Charmaine? Yes.
I love the colour palette in this. I think I would have liked to have seen the girl post maybe in a different way, so the arm wasn't the first thing I saw. I kind of stumbled over that to get to her face. And around the edges of the table, it's just, I'm not sure whether the table colour is quite the right tone for that, but the actual overall tone, lovely.
Okay, thank you very much. Next print, please. We have a score of 75. Thank you, judges. Mandarin, you're right on the average.
I encourage the photographer to keep working with this technique because there's so much potential. Things that could be improved, the posing of the legs, the foreshortening of the calves is a little bit awkward. Things like the toenails, that you can see the polish, it just doesn't quite work. And the fabric almost looks a little liquefied in the top right. So just work it, because there's a lot of good qualities. The lighting is quite lovely. Her expression is lovely. Well done.
Thank you. Next print, please. Our judges are really, they don't just enter their scores lightly. They really assess every detail. We're just having to re-log in here, that's all right. And we have a score of 76. Bruce, can I actually get a comment from you, please?
Yeah, I think the photographer should be commended for finding the subject and working with them. I think it's got the potential to be really dynamic. This person has won a lot of stuff. The pose is a little bit too stilted, doesn't really work. The foot at the bottom pointing at a frame could be a little bit more finessed, and that back arm as well. So just work on the posing, but the subject's great.
Thank you very much.
Just one little thing as well. I think the crop's a little bit too tight, and there seems to be more life and action at the feet, whereas up at the head it's all dark. So maybe a little bit more light around the head to keep you up there.
Yep,
Could work better.
excellent feedback. Okay. Thank you. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 79,
I will challenge.
and we have a challenge.
Cool.
Thank you.
I think this is a beautiful idea and a rendition of a family on the move, growing together. It's not just the people, it's everybody in the family, it's the pets and that. I will criticise a little bit and give a little bit of feedback on, I think it's that black pony, miniature pony or something at the back. I'm not 100% on the animal. That could have been separated a bit, but the actual idea of the clouds, they're going towards something, and the foreground, and it's weighted quite nicely with that green, but it's just out of focus enough so it doesn't distract. But I commend the photographer, and I think this is semi-finalist, guys, so yeah, let's go.
Thank you, Bruce. Charmaine's ready to go there.
I
with
think
microphone.
the idea here is wonderful. However, I'd like a little bit more space where they're going to, and probably the light streaking across the bottom I find distracting. And I think maybe more animation in the family could make it more definite. It just looks a little bit untidy in how they're placed and what they're doing and not doing. But I think the idea is brilliant. Love the idea. But I think just a little bit of fine tuning there, and the pony up on the hill more. Just definitely a bit more from the photographer instructions to what they should be doing and how they should be doing it. Could make it even better.
Thanks, Charmaine. Shireen.
So, family is messy. I love the messiness of this. This feels authentic to me. It feels like the photographer's way back and trying to scream at them what's being done, but then letting them do their thing. Perhaps has guided them beforehand. I'm guessing. Obviously it's just personal opinion. But it kind of reminds me a little bit as if they were trying to do the whole Abbey Road thing with the Beatles in a way, and that the expressions are very different. But there are many personalities in a family. They don't have to be grinning. I think if they were all smiling, or if they were all, the photographer had said, given them that instruction, I actually think it wouldn't have been as quite an authentic a print as I feel it is, which is why I put it in the award range, because first of all, it's difficult doing this. And I just wanted to, commend the photographer.
Okay. And Mandarin?
Just quickly to add, to follow on what Charmaine said, I would have actually made it more of a letterbox format. The top of the sky and the grass, I don't feel adds as much. It would have been stronger. Also, besides the pony actually touching the back leg, it would have been good for some separation. The dog at the back actually looks like it's not walking. It looks like it's standing there. And even though they're walking supposedly on a flat plane, the two front figures actually look like they're walking slightly towards the camera, and I can't sort of understand that.
Okay, thank you, Bruce.
Yeah, right. Yeah, okay.
Oh, sorry, Katie, did you want to add
I just want to
something?
add one thing. I just don't feel connection in this photograph. I agree with everything that everyone said, all of the elements of critical and positive, but I just don't see or feel it, and that's really what's missing for me.
Thank you, Bruce.
Yeah, I can take that on board, but I do think this is a really clever piece of communication with these family and where they're going. I think the cloud in the sky, and everybody's in the clouds, they're going somewhere. And the one thing I would point out is that dog, while you think it might not be walking with them, I see it as pure dog. I'm distracted. I'm with the family, but there's something cool over there I want to go to. So, yeah, I think this photographer should be rewarded. So I encourage you.
All right, thank you, judges. Now we are just looking for that one more point to get it up into the next category. If you could re-enter your scores. Bruce keeping yours at 85.
Cool.
Just Thank you, judges. We have a score of 80. Thank you so much. Before we have our next print, please, Andrew Campbell, could you please grace us? And Charmaine, thank you so much. On the panel. And as, whoopsie daisies, we don't want...
But I had a longer trip.
All right, and while Andrew is settling in there, we might have our next print come up. What I love about this process is all of the different things that our judges see. 5 completely different perspectives. We're all pretty close there. We have a score of 72. Thank you. Katie, you're right on 72. Can I get a comment, please?
Yeah, this is a lovely natural family moment. I think possibly the angle with where the sun's coming from isn't quite right in that it's falling across faces in slightly different ways. That's not particularly helpful for the communication. But yeah, otherwise it's a nice moment captured.
Thank you. Next print, please. To make events like this happen, they're not possible without incredible sponsorship. We've got some amazing suppliers, industry suppliers that get on board and support us and allow us to come together and celebrate everyone's work. Companies like Nikon, Epson, KL. We have others, AZO, Wacom, so many different suppliers, Canson Infinity Paper. One of my favourites, well, it's the only one I use. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 87. We've got 2 judges here with big smiles on their faces. 3 judges with big smiles on their well, actually everyone's smiling.
Score, right?
Okay, cool. Right, Katie is going to challenge this. She's on 92.
I think this is exquisite, the amount of effort and work put in on behalf of the photographer to all of the elements. Like this is, it looks like to me that it's in a hall or a showground or some sort of performance space. It's nostalgic, it's dreamy, it's got some quirky qualities to it as well. It's communicating on so many different levels. It's been expertly put together, expertly shot. The printing is absolutely stunning. There are the most beautiful, subtle tones going through the image. Absolutely love how the red of the roses pops out, and yet it's almost a monotone image. It just has so much complexity to it. It's highly original. The communication of the dancing shoes being on the hands, I find that so intriguing because they look like legs. And I'm wondering about that, like why are the legs cropped out and why are the hands in place of the legs? There's a story to that. I'm sure we could all have our own interpretations. The expression on the subject is just exquisite. There are so many things to love. This is quite clearly a finalist image. It's the best image we've seen so far.
Shireen.
Yeah, I think for me when I went up there, and I used to dance when I was a young girl, but for me the symbolism is that perhaps that she's hanging up her shoes. She's finished it, she's lived a long life as an entertainer. This is just the story I read into it. And I love the printing quality for me was beautiful. Even the fact that you can see the seam of her leotard inside that dark section shows me that it's been printed beautifully. Yeah, I just thought the story was so strong, so powerful, and for me I got it, and I think it's amazing.
All right, thank you, judges. Yes, please.
This is actually making me quite emotional, and for that itself, this has got to be a finalist image, and I can tell you what the story is with those shoes. This is a lady that is so proud of her career that she's had as a dancer. Just looking at the look on her face, she's reminiscing about the standing ovations that she's had. She can no longer, perhaps through arthritis, put point shoes on her feet. So she's putting them on her hands in remembrance of the beauty of what she did as a young dancer. It is absolutely exquisite storytelling, and it is absolutely possibly one of the best images we will see today.
Thank you, Mandarin. Bruce.
I don't think I need to add anything because I didn't see the story or anything to that nature. So I was purely looking at it as more of a image that was just put together. But now you've told me that, I'm coming up.
Thank you. Katie, do you have something?
I don't have anything. Just bring it
Thank
up
you.
to where it should be.
All right, you lot. Re-enter your scores, please. Katie, you can keep yours at 92. Sorry, I'm having a technical moment. Waiting for a screen to refresh as we get our final score. That will take us into that finalist range with an average of... I've got mine. Okay, I am not delaying for those of you online at home. We have a technical issue with one of our devices. So it's not me creating a long pause. And what you can't see at home is how emotional some of our judges are here. And this is what photography can do. It can move you. It can tell a story. And it's telling a story right now for us. But what I love about this is there's a woman in that portrait whose story will be told for many generations to come, not just today. It's something that will last. And images like this have impact. Our final score is system's freezing, it's challenging itself. It's not used to having 5 scores over 90. While we're waiting for that average to come through, and math wasn't my strongest suit. A score within this range means that it is exceptional in visual and emotional impact. I'm reading this from our scoring criteria. It's highly original in its narrative, the interpretation of the subject or the aesthetic expression. Has superior level of technique at 93. And that's what we're looking for, that superior image quality, and that's what a score of 93 gets. And do you know what? Andrew's looking at things that are coming to him, and the more you sit and look at an image, the more you will read into it, the more you will find and explore, and that's what they do to us. Our judges do have a very short period of time to look at a print, and that's why that has to have that impact to make them get excited about getting out of their chair. So we're going to have our next print and see them get some more pep in their step and get excited again. I'm going to stand up. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 76. And again, you're all very close there. Andrew, do you have some feedback?
Oh, sure. It's well handled, it's well lit, it's just not particularly original. And so I guess in that regard, having seen this genre a lot, we're always looking for that extra moment, that extra something that'll take it into the next range. So keep going, because your technical side of it is very good.
Definitely a great professional practice print. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have a score at 86, and I have no doubt there's going to be some discussion. I have Andrew Campbell with his hand up to challenge on 95.
Yeah, definitely. This should be in the Australian Portrait Gallery. It's an amazing piece. This is transcending portraiture, because this is art. And it's glorious. And Bruce, hop out of the way, mate. Thanks. I'm trying to talk about the picture.
Down in front.
What really elevates this to an entirely new stratospheric level is the damn cat. You know, you've got all these amazing masks, and there's an actual cat in there, perfectly placed, looking at the camera, you know, kind of going, yeah, what are you looking at? The other thing is that the child on the right, the slightly displaced mask is perfect, because I think Shireen mentioned earlier, families aren't perfect. And this is a great, you know, suggestion here, where everyone's kind of lined up and they've got their thing just right, and this kid's gone, well, I didn't quite get mine right, but it's okay. Tonally, it's perfect. It's quirky. I love the head tilts of mum and dad, or I assume mum and dad, leaning in towards each other. It's magnificent.
All right, Andrew, thank you. Mandarin, can I get a comment from you, please?
Agree with everything you've said. It is quite a superb image, and I'm definitely listening. I love the child on the left with the tongue poking out. It's that middle child syndrome, I think. It's very cute. Where I've got a question, you may or may not be able to explain it, is there's an item on the floor in front of one of the parents, and it looks like there's other items on the background which are perhaps background elements, and I couldn't sort of reconcile if that was part of the story, or if it wasn't, maybe it should have been removed, because it's a little bit distracting to something that I find, you know, a very pleasing image overall.
Thank you. Bruce?
Yeah, the visual impact on this when it come up is amazing. You're right, the cat is the star, even though the family's amazing. I think got me and bring me up there, but I'm definitely listening, was the actual, they've got all this way to compose the outfits of everybody, but they didn't look at the stuff underneath those jackets. and I found that a little distracting, particularly on the left-hand side. I didn't mind it so much on the pants, but the t-shirt under the was it a pug? I found it a little distracting. The actual stuff in the you're talking about on the floor and that, I think it's just the canvas they're on to give it that whimsy feel and a little bit old. It didn't bother me at all, but I'll definitely come up.
Shireen.
I was just going to say, Bruce, regarding the clothing, trying to get kids dressed in the morning, especially when they decide what they want to wear, even though you've planned every single item for them, down to the finest tooth comb, and you've instructed the mother perhaps to, if a child says hell no, but you just want to get them to the shoot on time, sometimes you can't quite get there. So I don't think that needs to bring it down,
I mean, I am your chair. I'm not on the panel judging, but I am another set of eyes. But when we look at clothing choices, I just love the fact that they're all barefoot. Like, we're looking at something that it's raw, but it's also got that comical effect. And the fact that there's only one dog in there and the cat is drawn to the dog is brilliant. I love all of your feedback, and Andrew, you have right of reply if you would like to add something else. But
You
I
just
feel
stole a
like-
piece of my thunder there.
Oh,
I was
I'm
going to
so
talk about the
sorry, I
barefoot
got
thing.
excited.
Because animals don't wear shoes, and this is the
don't.
whole point of that grounding that's going on there. But let's just touch on one other thing apart from the superb, sublime, perfect composition. Pure originality. Have you ever in your life seen a portrait like this of a family so exquisitely placed, so exquisitely poised, and presented like this? This is finalist with distinction,
Well done, judges. Andrew, if you could keep your score at 95 and everyone re-enter your scores. Our judges do have the ability to bring their score up or down or keep it where it is. These discussions are what help them review and assess and consider different elements that really do help us celebrate scores live. We're waiting for the system. $91. Well done, great conversation. Could we please have our next print, please? Thank you, judges. We have a score of 76. Could I get a comment, please? 76, what are we on? 4, you're on 82. You can. You are 6 points from the average. If you'd like to challenge, Katie, go for
Sure,
it.
yes. So teenagers are pretty hard to photograph, in my experience. This is a really fun and quirky capture of a group of, I'm guessing they're graduating or they're at the end of something. it's real. Yes, there are some technical issues. I kind of want to pull it down for some of those, but then bring it up again for the funness and the originality. There's so much personality in the photo. I love the guy with his back turned to the camera, doesn't want to be photographed. I just find it really interesting. As the more you look around the image, the more you can see different personalities. And I think, for that reason, it should be, worthy of being a semi-finalist.
All right, thank you. Bruce, you're at the opposite end of our scoring range.
Yeah, I really liked the subjects in the frame, and I think the way that we put together was really good. But what brought me down was just all the distractions, where the horizon's sitting, the crop, how blue that sky is, and it's really competing against their blue uniforms. I know we can't change the colour of sky, but not in this category anyway. But it was just all those little things. I do commend them for getting those subjects working really well together, but I just found the overall final product just too many elements distracting me and bringing me out of it.
Okay, and Shireen, you're right on the average there.
The reason I gave it the score I did was because of the narrative. For me, that whole thing of really looking around the image, all the joy that was there, I agree with you there, Katie, 100%. And even the teacher just going, you know what, I give up. You know, that was like the icing on the cake for me. But for the reasons that Bruce has pointed out, my esteemed colleague, I also kept it in the range, and I'm comfortable with the range that I've given it.
Okay, and Katie.
Yeah, I guess if it was technically perfect, it would be deserving of a much higher score. So I suppose that's why I put it where it is. I think the photographer's been tasked with a job of capturing this group of students in a particular location, and they've kind of made the best of what would probably be a fairly challenging lighting situation. And I think they've done a really good job of, nothing's blown out and nothing's too dark. It's just that obviously we're seeing that this is not the ideal scenario that we may choose if we had a choice, but I'm assuming that they didn't have a choice, and so they've just gone with it. And maybe these kids were just being really painful or really awkward, and so they've made a choice again to have some fun with it and capture their true personalities. And I think that's brave and quite unique, and I love it.
Thank you. We've got the opportunity here to re-enter our scores. Katie, if you could keep yours at 82, please. Thank you, judges. All right, we have moved. We're on 79, which is right on the cusp there. It will go for review. And thank you so much, judges, for that discussion. We are talking in terms of that category, a high level of visual communication, narrative interpretation of the subject. So it does sit quite well, and then it has the ability to come up by 1 point later on as it gets reviewed. All right, let's do our next print, please. For any of our judges sitting not on the panel, morning tea is available if you want to go down and grab something and then bring it back. Don't eat it all. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 69. Could I get a comment, if I may, Shireen?
Yes, you may. Thank you, Kelly. Just let me collect my thoughts for a moment.
Sorry.
I think with this one, just I totally understand the spontaneity of this, and you're getting them in a mad moment, and families can be mad. I love all that. I find the cropping rather awkward, and it's making it jar for me, unfortunately. The other thing is losing the baby under the mother's hair has lost it for me. I understand the little kid in the front putting his hand in his face, but again, we would be taking quite a lot of moments at this particular moment, and I think if they just, carried on taking a few more moments, perhaps chosen a slightly different moment, I would have had it would have been better.
Thank you. I did grab Shireen as she was grabbing a drink of water, so I put her on the spot. Appreciate that feedback, and I'm sure the entrant will as well. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 82. Well done. It's in our semi-finalist range. And I'll get a comment, if I can, Andrew, from you.
It's well done, well framed, well composed. Quite a challenging subject, I imagine, to attempt to do in this nature. If anything, just the lighting looks a little bit kind of flat. It doesn't really give you that sense of depth, but but it's a good piece. Well done.
Thank you so much. Before we have our next print, I'm going to do another little bum shuffle. Katie and Mandarin, you've been on for a little while. I'm going to get Kelly Tunney and Lisa onto our judging panel, please. Right, this keeps our judges nice and fresh. And whilst they're logging back in and the system enters them onto our panel, we are going to have our next print, please. I'll come up and have a look, and then while you're looking, they'll enter you for it to be refreshed. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 81. All right, 3 of you are up in that category. Can I get a comment from you, please, Lisa?
Yeah, this is just beautiful. I love the sort of pensive, hesitant look on the little boy. It's lit beautifully. I love the hint of the map behind. What probably let it down a little bit for me was just the lack of sharpness in the plane, which seemed to be a really key part of the image. But it's really well put together. Congratulations.
Thank you. So possibly like a different depth of field there. Yeah. Next print, please. back in again. Alan, are you able to jump in here?
Yep.
For Bruce? Are you still on the same phone? Yep. Alan will use Bruce's device. Thank you, judges. I can see it up here. Other way. We just got a little bit of a technical. Yeah, Bruce, can you check the mouse for us, please?
Which one are we checking?
We can't seem to get the cursor to come up to click on the button to finalise the score.
Oh, because you brought it over to the other screen. Because the screen's on this side, just so you need to bring it back.
And we have a score coming through of 77, sitting quite high there in that commended range. And you're on Lisa's got the microphone. Let's go for it.
I'd actually encourage my fellow judges just to take another look at this image. It is very simple. It's very simply lit. But this subject is either a very just or a tween boy. And what this photographer has managed to do is capture an openness and an eagerness and a transparency. I feel like I'm looking right into this boy's soul. And to do that to a tween it's almost impossible. They either fake smile, they're giggling, they're reserved, they're nervous, they're even harder than a teen that's come into themselves. To capture this in a boy at this age, I don't think this boy's holding anything back. He's even leaning in slightly to the photo, which is not traditional for a portrait. But for me, I think they've done something quite remarkable here, and I think it deserves to be moved up into that semi-finalist range.
All right, thank you. Andrew, you're sitting on the average.
Yeah, look, by no means do I dislike the image. I think it's a strong piece. It's got a certain three-dimensionality to it. There's a Mona Lisa quality with the eyes where you kind of look at it from the left and the right. They're still looking right at you. That said, there's nothing else to it, in my opinion. It doesn't have that third element, that's something that makes me think this is an outstanding, amazing portrait. It's a good, quality, solid professional practice, but it doesn't seem to have that je ne sais quoi that elevates it to the next level, in my opinion.
All right, thank you. Shireen, do you have anything to add, Kel? No? I might just sort of add in here, Lisa, before you do this, when we're looking at our scoring range and we're talking about a high standard of professional practice, this is an excellent representation of that. And then when we look at the print quality, we do need to kind of see a little bit more separation between the body and the background there, so kind of something there to consider. But you're right to reply, Lisa.
Yeah, I understand everything you're saying. I think for me, the je ne sais quoi, I haven't finished my coffee yet, I'm going to get that wrong. That special something is being able to get that out of a boy of this age, which I know is not something that's easy to do.
Thank you. No, definitely worth discussing. You can keep your score at 84, and judges, if you could please re-enter your scores. Not just yet. If you hit the refresh button now, it should come through. Thank you, judges. We have come up a point. We have a score of 78. It's always worth discussing. It's always worth talking about it because that feedback, I know, will be appreciated. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 73. Kelly, would you be able to provide a little feedback, please?
Yeah, I didn't quite feel the connection between the two, and I think graphically, it's quite interesting as a concept, but perhaps maybe they needed to be fully silhouetted or lit a little bit better. It's just a lot of fall off at the bottom that could have been looked at.
Thank you. Next print, please. It's going to go all the way that way. To your left. We are seeing photographs entered not just from Australia, but from all over the world, which is exciting for the very first Australian Photographic Prize. And from Thank you, judges. We have a semi-finalist score of 81. And you're all relatively close. Can I get a comment, please, Lisa?
Yeah, it's got a really lovely palette and mood to it. I think there's something a bit funny going on with the hair around the edge there. So take a little closer look at that. Also consider your cropping at the knees. It just didn't feel very comfortable there. But yeah, beautiful image.
Thank you so much. Next print, please. And when we ask for feedback, we're always trying to push ourselves to enter into that next scoring range, and that's what our judges provide you with, some more feedback, because even though it is in that semi-finalist category, we always want to continue to know how and what we can do to increase that average score. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 76. Bruce, you're right there. Can I get a comment, please?
I think this is a great portrait in place, a person showing their tools of trade and probably their whole life and what they're fully into. I think the lighting is what lets it down. The subject is blending to the background because it's like maybe a single light or something like that, but it just needs to be toned or lit in a way which really gives us some separation from the background with the subject, but also gives us more details in those shadow areas so we can see more of who he is.
Okay, thank you. Next print, please. Currently on our judging panel, we have Bruce Moore, we have Andrew Campbell, we have Lisa Ivenditch, did I say it right? Kelly Tunney, and we have Shireen Hammond. Not even going to try and repeat what you just said. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 78. Can I get a comment, please, Kelly?
Yeah, a little bit of attention to the top left floating frame. I think there's a bit of not... start again, sorry. It hasn't been worked on particularly well with the blending in the background and the frame sort of coming forward. I think beautiful colour palette going through the whole thing. Again, maybe the expression needed a little bit more of a oomph.
Yeah, thank you for your feedback. I'm also seeing a few little skin discolorations there as well, just inconsistencies in the tonality. Next print, please. Thank you. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 70. Can I get a comment? Bruce has got his hand up, please. Thank you.
I think the idea of this is really, really lovely, like being on country and them part of their water and what is country to them is great. What lets it down is that crop. I know the water is probably really important, but it's just too distracting. Come up a bit, give us a little bit more sky, give us a little bit more of the country, but in a really refined way, and I think you're going somewhere well.
Thank you. Next print, please.
We'll be snuggling up next to the
Thank you, judges.
Excuse me, Madam Panel Chair. Is there any chance we could get someone to do something about warming the plastic water?
We have a score of 70. Can I get a comment, please? Shireen, no? Yep, that's fine. I might actually, Andrew, you're being very vocal there about the temperature of the room.
Indeed, you do. Look, there's some great ideas flowing here. Unfortunately, the tight crop and the execution, it's not quite there yet. Be best to perhaps have a look at some of the amazing dance photography experts that are out there, see what they've done, and perhaps come back next year with a new approach to this.
Excellent feedback. Now, before we get our next print, Bruce, I might get you to jump off. Charmaine, can I get you to come on, please? And because it is getting quite chilly in here, we'll keep our judges moving, keep the blood flowing. Next print, please. Perfect. Morning tea, yeah. Hopefully they'll warm it up a bit for us in a minute. It is cold though.
Really hot.
It was hot. I'm sitting here like I'm sitting in a snowfield with my jacket and scarf. Oh, excellent. Oh. Right. At least it means that our judges aren't feeling sleepy. Yeah. In this cold weather, they're wide awake. We have a score of 78. Thank you, judges. They're all very close there. I might get a comment if I can, Lisa.
This is a really great image. I think perhaps it might have benefited from a slightly different style of lighting rather than the side, and just a little bit more attention paid to the skin tones. He's just a little bit reddy pinky, but there's they've got a really good pose and gaze engagement with the subject there.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm going to suggest when we are entering our images, try a couple of different paper stocks. It can make a huge difference to the result. Next print, please. Sometimes those darker images on those fine art papers that can suck a little bit of that detail out of the finished print. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 79. And Andrew's going to challenge this on 85.
I was trying to pick my battles because we've got 200 prints to go through. I thought it was whimsical, beautiful, subtle, glorious, painterly. Has a really lovely colour palette, be beautiful on someone's wall. I think you guys are being a bit harsh.
Thank you, judges.
You guys are being a bit harsh.
Oh. Well, we're all very close to that semi-finalist range. So if I could get a comment, Lisa first.
Yeah, I mean, I was up in that range with you, Andrew, and I agree. And the only reason I didn't go any higher than my score was I think the expression on the girl isn't quite nailed, but the rest of the image is just exquisite and beautifully handled.
All right, and Shireen?
No, I'm listening because that was the little bit of disconnect that I had because I thought the dog was looking gorgeous, and the little girl is beautiful, but it was just, I just wondered if it would have been better a few seconds earlier or later. That's all. Otherwise, I thought it was actually quite lovely.
Thank you, Andrew.
She's telling the dog a story.
All right, we're looking for one more point to take it into that next scoring range. Judges, if you could please re-enter your scores. Andrew, remaining on 85. Thank you, judges. 82. So that's why we don't hesitate. When we pick our battles, we go in full force. Because it is every single print into this competition for every entrant matters, and so much time, effort has been put into presenting us with their best work. We have an average score of 73. Thank you, judges. Can I get a comment, Lisa?
Yes, great, excellent professional practice. I think the only thing that might have brought it back was perhaps looking at, again, the frames before or the frames after. That boy is experiencing such joy dancing in the water in the rain. I want to see him lifting his head up. But as a photographer of kids this age, I know sometimes they just don't. They just want to look at their feet. But if he was, it would have elevated it.
Yeah, possibly another focal camera angle as well. Yeah. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 73, and you're all relatively close there. Could I get a comment, please, Charmaine?
Yeah, I think it's a really fun moment. I think just playing with the different maybe expressions and cleaning up the hair out of the eyes would be better, and probably a different camera angle and tone down the white patch behind the girl's head. Just finessing it. Yeah, nice moment though.
Thank you. Next print, please. The images that do score in that semi-finalist range and finalist range above 80, they will be on display, I believe, on a massive screen at Village Cinema, which is very exciting. Who doesn't want to see their work billboard size? We have a score of 71. Thank you, judges. Shireen, can I get a comment from you on 72, please?
Sure. I feel for me, I'm finding it a bit difficult with the way that the photographers angled the camera a little bit. That's just distracting me a little bit. The wheat at the front is starting to stick up into them a little bit too much, but it's quite distracting when it's a portrait of the children that I really want to see. I love the sense of place, but yeah, I think everything else seems to be competing with the actual children and the faces that I actually really want to be drawn to more than anything else. So I think I'd look at that maybe a little bit.
It's got some really bold colours in there, so it's definitely something that's got potential. Next print, please. Some of our other incredible sponsors We've got Adobe. We have Godox, Sony, Memento Pro, Capture to Print. Our good friends Rocco and Tanya have been busily printing a lot of entries. We have Story Art, Studio Ninja, Atkins Lab, Graphy Studio. If you haven't had a chance to go and have a look at the Favola album, it's from my Kelly Brown collection. I'm just going to give it a little plug there. It's a very beautiful album. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 70. And we are, again, all really close there. Can I get a comment, Charmaine, please?
Once again, I think just even trying different expressions, and maybe the father being dressed in the same as the little baby would be better. You'd go to the two of them rather than just half and half.
Yeah, nice. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 73. And again, you're all really, really close there. Yep, Charmaine had a hand up, but Kelly's happy to comment too. I love it when our judges have got feedback.
Yeah, I think just with this picture being so stylised, even the clothes, a different colour on the left boy would make it more punchy. It just melts into the background and just looks a little bit heavy right-handed. Yeah, but it's a quirky moment.
Yeah, definitely. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 77. And Andrew, you're pretty close to that score. Do you have any feedback?
Solid professional practice. It's well handled. Lovely expression on the child's face. Well done.
Thank you. Next print, please. We have a score of 70. Thank you, judges. Kelly, you're on 70. Would you be able to provide some feedback?
Yeah, I probably feel that 2/3 of that frame doesn't need to be there, off to the left. And just the moment between the two of them is quite lovely, but perhaps just that hair across the mother-to-be's face. Yeah, would have liked to have seen a bit more of that.
seems to be a little bit of distortion there in terms of focal length as well, like when you consider the size of the hands to their faces too. Thank you. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 77. And again, we're...
You're going to do it again.
Well, I think we should. I think, Andrew, we're 6 points away from, so we're
All right.
going to have a challenge.
I'd like to commend the originality of this Game of Thrones-like moment that we're presented with here. And when you get up close to it, and I encourage you to do so if you haven't, the eyes on that subject are extraordinary. There's almost like a blind, what's the shamanesque quality to it that is really, really intriguing. And then it's supported by the paraphernalia that she's holding. And I love the tonality of this. I think it's the colour palette is working very well. I'm not asking for a finalist here, guys, but I'd like to see this one as a semi, if that's okay.
Thank you. Shireen, you're on 77, the average.
I was struggling. I'm being honest, Andrew. I was struggling with the some of the treatment in some of the areas, quite a lot. And I would have actually loved to have seen the horse's eye really cleanly as well. Not as sharp as perhaps the eyes on the, but because it's such a main focal point in the, it's part of the main image of the lady. Although we want her to stand out, I get it. It would have given me a lot more if that horse's eye had, been up there as well.
Yeah, Charmaine.
Yeah, it's an amazing impact. The stylising of it is fantastic. I love the background. I think it's complementary. I'd love to see more detail in textures because it's quite tactile and yet the detail's not there. So, but wow, amazing. I think just playing with it a bit more, getting some more texture in the horse's mane and just making those things pop more and to give it more layers and more levels to it as well. But yeah.
Andrew?
I'm going to go out on a limb here for you. I reckon she's blind. I reckon the horse is blind, and she's holding the skull, which has got the eyes there. And I think that's the whole story here. And she's one person who can see, even though she's impaired.
Thank you, judges. If we could please re-enter our scores. Andrew, you can keep yours at 83. I know our entrants do appreciate those little challenges because we now have a semi-finalist at 80. Thank you so much. All right, before we have our next print, I might do a bum change again, just to keep the energy flowing here. We have had a bit of a break, so I'm going to bring Katie back on. If I can, Shireen, can you jump off? Thank you, judges. We have a score of 80. Sitting in that semi-finalist range, you're all quite close there. Can I get a comment, please, Mandarin? You're on 81.
The little goggle-eyed dog's the star of the show. That is just the humour in that is amazing. Yeah. To bring it up, maybe revisit this and perhaps try and get a little bit more expression or emotion out of the central child. But beautiful image, well done.
Thank you, judges. Next print, please. Just doing a quick coffee order for those that can probably hear us whispering online. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 74. I might get a comment if I can, Lisa.
Yeah, look, it's a beautiful concept and a beautiful colour palette, but I just feel there's a disconnect. The subject and the upper background has been overworked and the tiles are very sharp and bright in comparison. So perhaps just look at balancing that and try to lead us into where you want us to look, because at the moment I'm drawn down to those sharp tiles in contrast to the overly worked subject.
Thank you. Next print, please. We have a score of 75. Thank you, judges. Katie, could I get a comment from you, please?
This is a beautiful example of environmental portraiture. It's really wonderful to see the elements that make this older child who he is, and it's a very tender moment. I'll just maybe watch the highlights and just a little bit of the posing, but I totally understand it's very hard to pose two kids together like this.
Thank you. Next print, please. Thank you. We have a score of 72. And again, we're all really quite close there. Lisa's going to give me a comment. Thank you.
Yeah, well done to getting some really beautiful natural expressions. I would just perhaps think about camera angle, perhaps a little bit higher, and the legs might not have dominated so much. And just watch where the little girl's hugging mum. It's right around that middle area where her hands have left up. Maybe if she was perhaps holding mum's elbows or something like that, it might have been a little bit stronger. But beautiful engagement and relaxing of your subjects.
Thank you. Next print, please. We have a score of 79. It is right on that cusp, so it will go for review. But could I please get some feedback from Katie, if I can, actually?
Sure. For an image like this, which looks like there's a lot of attention to detail that's been brought in, which is really beautiful, and it's a beautiful colour palette as well. I just feel like because of the attention to detail, a few extra little bit of finessing would really help in particularly the perspective that I'm seeing with the dresser. Like just straighten that up and fix the shadow to the side to make it look more perfect. I think that would really help.
Yeah, thank you. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 76. And again, you're all really, really close there. Andrew, can I get a comment, please?
Again, solid professional practice. I'm sure the client would be delighted with this, and they'd probably put it on their wall and do so happily. If it's going to go into a next award range, though, we need to see some extra originality, some spark, something that would really take a well-seen genre into the next level.
Yeah, there's just a couple of little photoshopping issues there at the bottom of that blanket underneath the baby too, so a bit more attention to detail, as in what Andrew's saying, would definitely help this. Let's have our next print, please. We have a score of 77. Thank you, judges. Mandarin, you're very close there.
Very confronting image when you see a gun pointed at you. I'm just questioning what the element is on the right. I'm not sure what it is or how it adds to the image. But other than that, nice shot.
Thank you. Next print, please. All right, while we're waiting for that next print to come up, judges, last minute tickets are still available. You can come to our after party at the brewery this evening. There are 12 tickets available. Be there or be square, or don't break an ankle, Kelly Tunney. There is lots of food and 2 welcome drinks for a ticket price of $75. Highly recommend it. Come, hang with us, chat. If you've entered and you're online, great opportunity to corner a judge. I don't mind being cornered. My drink of choice is a Coke no sugar. Sorry, Coca-Cola no sugar. And we have a score of 74. Thank you, judges. And can I get a comment, Kelly?
Oh, beautiful little poppet. Just the framing with the left-hand side of the blanket there and the background of the chair perhaps being included. A little bit, I don't know that a horizontal composition works for this one, but Yeah, beautiful colour range throughout that as well.
Next print, please. You can also, especially for those who might have received a finalist score or even a semi-finalist score, come along and see your images printed really big on the screen at the Village Cinema on Sunday night for our gala. And this is where we will be awarding the Australian Photographic Prize winners, as well as celebrating photography in general. You can still get tickets. There's 7 available. It's $125 and it includes food, drinks, and a good time. I'm all for a good time. Coca-Cola, no sugar is definitely a good time. Guaranteed to remember everything the next day. Will there be popcorn, do you think? Last minute tickets, don't forget, don't miss out. Thank you, judges. This is a little bit exciting. I hope this photographer is going to come along and celebrate seeing their photo on the big screen with a score of 90. Congratulations. Andrew, you're on 94 and I love that you've put your hand up. Let's talk.
Well, I can't change my score, so...
No, but you can talk to the rest of your judging panel.
This is glorious. Reminds me of those sort of Enid Blyton book covers from that era. Beautifully, beautifully handled, glorious treatment. And then the connection between the subjects is exquisite. The print quality does everything that I want to see. I love the dreamy landscape quality. Sorry, Katie, just can't see. Thank you. Really enjoying the whole vibe of the thing. It's just glorious, beautiful, beautiful portraiture, and it's like an illustration. It's fabulous.
Well, you're not alone in that finalist scoring range. There are three judges in the 90s and 2 in the 80s. I'm actually going to ask Kelly Tunney if you could possibly comment.
Yeah, I see a book cover straight away as well. I think I probably was a little bit disappointed with the bottom half of the frame, to be honest, like that reflection. I think it's been done particularly well, but I'm just seeing that bottom sort of quarter. I'd probably rather not see that there. And I think because of the scene and the painterly feel and everything is really quite beautiful. I guess for the subjects, just that, yeah, they're sort of a bit too cartoonish, I suppose. I'm not sure exactly how I would want that differently, but I'm really on board with this conversation, and I'm very happy to sit and listen.
And I've got 2 judges smiling at me, wanting to comment here. Go for it, Mandarin.
Just briefly, everything that everyone else has said, it's stunning. It's got that Enid Blyton look. The attention to detail is extraordinary. There's 2 little bluish dots towards the centre of the image, which I read as little orbs, or maybe it's reflection from being photographed. But I feel that they're intentional, and I think that's very clever.
This image makes me want to be a better photographer. I just find it super inspiring. It gets me in the feels. The little characters, they're kind of, I can't remember what word you just used, Kelly, to describe them, but the way I see them is the Golden Book stories from the 50s and 60s that were hand-drawn. There's a quality to those sort of illustrative figures which this image is emulating, and I find that just so sweet and beautiful and nostalgic. The Enid Blyton reference was spot on. That's what I spent my childhood reading, and I think that's why I just adore this so much. This is like, it should be the highest score.
All right, Lisa.
Yeah, okay. I'm definitely taking a second look. I think initially I was distracted by the sharpness in the cane hat that didn't have the paint, and the cane basket that didn't have the same painterly feel as the rest of the image. There is a lovely little lantern there with a red glow, but no red glow from the lantern on anything. I may perhaps be being too picky, so I 100% agree. It's Enid Blyton. I love the expressions. The little toes and the little boys is just, it's delightful. So perhaps I need to reconsider.
All right, now before you comment, Andrew, being your sixth set of eyes, the whimsical nature of this is delightful. Like every single one of us is just, you know, been drawn into all of the glorious detail here. One thing I am seeing, and I'm not sure if my fellow judges are seeing it, which is why I'm going to point it out, is just the lighting choices on the children. So when we think about the moon and how it lights the subject, the direction of the light that would come from the moon, and then the lantern and the placement of the lantern and how any light falling off that would light our subject, possibly a little bit more attention to the direction and the control of our light at the time of shoot to replicate that in a real scenario, in my opinion, could have been controlled and handled a little better. But that's just my 2 cents because it hasn't been mentioned, so I thought I'd throw that in. But I'd love to hear your rebuttal, Andrew, and see how the scoring...
What I'm really enjoying about this whole moon thing is if you're lucky enough to see a full moon rising, it's really big on the horizon. And it has that sense of forced perspective, and that we're seeing it here presented as this massive moon in the background. It's not subtle. I mean, it's right there, but it gives us this great sense of depth. And then you've got this super saturation of the highlights here. There's so much detail in there. It all comes together beautifully as a strong, bold illustration. And a glorious little portrait, and I say little portrait because they're little people and they're small in the photo. I'd strongly encourage you guys to raise your scores a bunch.
Thank you, judges. Andrew, your score on 94 will remain. If our fellow judges could please re-enter their scores, taking on board all of the advice that they've heard. Well, we do have a solid finalist, a score of 92. Thank you, judges. All right, always worth chatting about. But we do have our next print, please, and we are going to keep moving along at a nice sort of steady pace here so that we're not here until midnight and we don't miss the after party. We've got lots of supporters. Yes, Andrew, thank you so much. Alan, can I please get you to jump in? Andrew, actually, you can swap out if you... I'll step in just for this one and then I'll keep you off for the... Yeah. But... Yes, absolutely. Thank you. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 86. Well done. And you're all really, really close there. Alan, could I get a comment, please?
Really well hounded in terms of giving us a great story that we can all kind of, well, I think there's about 10 different stories that everyone could grab out of this, well placed with all the bits and pieces underneath. I think the thing that really took me down a little bit was the word. I couldn't quite, the name that was actually in the bottom of the frame, I couldn't connect that to the rest of the story. So apart from that, I think it was really beautifully done.
Thank you. Next print, please. Yes, you can stay on. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 77. Can I get a comment, please? Mandarin, no? It's fine. We can come down here. Katie's got the microphone ready to
It's
rock.
a really strong concept, and the composition's really strong as well. I just feel like the treatment and the printing is where it's been let down a little. It's just a bit too dark. It's a bit flat and blocky. So yeah, maybe just revisiting that would have brought it up quite strongly.
Thank you, judges. Kel, I might switch you out real quick. And Jacinta, can I get you? Actually, no, I will not get you in. Actually, stay put, Kel. Let's just do one. I'll do a bigger shuffle in a minute, just so I'm not disrupting the panel multiple times quickly together. I see. I'm just keeping you all on your toes. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 88. Alan's waving a microphone at me. He's going to challenge.
I think this definitely should jump into that sort of finalist category. We've got an absolutely exquisite portrait here that is beautifully styled. It is immaculately printed. Compositionally, it is amazing how it has been just placed together, the background and foreground working together to bring us into the midground, which is that beautiful portrait. Centralized composition, which, sorry, I'm just trying to see the print. Yeah, it's just absolutely stunning. The lighting is beautiful. Yeah, those eyes, it's just sharp. Everything, it's just amazing about this. So I'd love to hear some more, and I'd love to come up.
Katie, could I get a comment, please, seeing as the rest of the judges are looking at the print?
Yeah, I agree with you, Alan. I've given it 88, so I'm pretty close. I don't want to say anything negative about it because it is stunning, but it doesn't have the extra bit of narrative and originality to bring it into finalists for me. But I totally agree. I think you could have lost the pumpkins and I'd still be giving it an 88.
Kelly, Denny.
Yeah, I'm a bit with you, Katie, there. I feel that it's very dominant at the bottom with the strong sort of orange coming through, but just in the background, like just the closeness to, the trees, branches leaves, whatever, very close to the subject's head, but we've got this sort of perfect sort of frame around it otherwise. But I do adore the little hands connecting to each other, and I really do enjoy the whole colour harmony throughout the thing, but just that's such a prominent items in the foreground that really don't, like you said, probably don't need to be there. I'm not sure why they're there. Maybe that doesn't matter, but that's for me.
Yeah, Mandarin.
This is exquisite. There's no pun, but just like the jack-o'-lanterns, the child is glowing. The lighting is superb. The composition is superb. I can give you some narrative. I feel like because everything is so deliberately placed, beautifully styled, the crate that the child is sitting on looks like it has like rulers on it. So maybe the child, just like farmers are always, who's got the biggest pumpkin, that is a reference to me with the size of those pumpkins. He's quite proud. He's got all his pumpkins laid out in front of him. Look at the shadow detail. It's exquisite. It is well worthy of a finalist.
Lisa?
Yeah, I think the pumpkins are part of this image, and I wouldn't like to see them gone. I think it would be rather plain without them. The eyes to me felt a tad overworked. That's the only thing that probably held me back, so I'm listening.
The brightness on the chest as well. When I look at the image close up, obviously it is very wonderful, but the chest is bullseye, and it's a lot brighter than the face. So it does draw your eye away from that gorgeous face. So something to kind of look at as well. Alan?
So what I can also see in here is I kind of almost get child labour in this as well. There's a strength in that. There's a strength in the face and the expression, but there's also the childish kind of apprehensive nature in the hands. So, and also the way that has been styled with the clothing, it does have that kind of feel that this child is working. And that's what kind of comes from this. It's like, this is just what I know. This is just, I'm a kid, but I have to work. So, and I think with all that, in fact, all that in consideration with the other bits and pieces I talked about earlier, I think we definitely could, bring it up.
Thank you, judges. Alan, if you could keep your score at 92, and if you could re-enter your scores based on all of that information. We have a score of 90. Thank you, judges. All right, that is a finalist. Well done. Next print, please. All images that score in the finalist range will go on to... thank you, Alan. Jacinta, could you step in for Alan, please?
Yeah, just use it.
As I was saying, all of the images that do score in that finalist range will go on to be considered for winning the category. It's definitely something that we all aspire to. But in my opinion, everyone's winning, just entering, because you get amazing feedback. You get inspired, encouraged, challenged. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 78, and you're all quite close there. Kelly, yes, please.
There's a lot to really enjoy about this frame, and just the flow is wonderful. But there is just with the paper choice is one with the texture coming through in that top highlight sort of area, but there's a significant banding right at the bottom, lots and lots of lines coming through those shadows. So just pay a lot of attention to that.
Thank you very much. All right, we might just do a quick judge change. Jacinta, can I get you to stay on the panel? Kel's going to go off. Alan, you're going to come in. And Lisa, do you want to jump off and let Shireen come in? No? Because you not long went off. Bruce? come on down. I'll bring you in shortly. I will bring you in shortly. Oh, I'm just trying to remember who's been on how long. I do love that. Without the music. Can I just say thank you for getting me that cup of coffee? It's probably one of the nicest coffees I've ever had. But I am in Melbourne, and apparently you guys are known for your amazing coffee. We're just waiting for our system to catch up with the humans in the room. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 77. Jacinta, you're right on 77.
A beautiful paper choice. I just wanted to commend the photographer on this one, but just be careful with your cropping, and cropping off the little girl's hands right at the bottom was a little bit tense.
Thank you very much. Next print, please. So our system is just registering the average score there. And we have a score of 75. Thank you, judges. Alan, you are at 74 there. You're closest to the average. Could I get a comment, please?
Yeah, well positioned within the frame. Good composition. I think it's good printing. I just feel we need a little bit more extra oomph in the story to get us through, and also possibly a little bit less distractions in the background.
Thank you. Next print, please. Judges are going to put their scores in as they head back to their chair before they sit down, making the most of every second. Especially as we have to wait for that system sometimes to catch up. Have you pressed enter?
Sorry.
Not the system this time. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 76. Jacinta, could I get a comment, please?
Yeah, beautiful little baby there. Just be careful with your lighting, because we're losing some detail on the right-hand side of the texture through the wrapping, and it's quite bottom, like it's very tense at the bottom, so just a little bit more space would be great.
Thank you. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 70, sitting in that commended range. Could I get a comment, please, Bruce?
Sure. It's got a bit of emotion to it. You can feel there's a bit of story there, but I think the big thing is that the control of the shadows and highlights need a lot more work. Than I think we just need to work on, just getting our exposures right.
Thank you. Next print, please. Our print handlers are working overtime. Yesterday, today, on their feet all day, handling all of these prints with care. Well done. Plus, when you put your hand up to be a print handler, you get the best seat in the house. Front row. Especially, you know, when we're...
Rumour has the judges are buying more drinks as well.
Thank you, judges. We have a score of 74. And Jacinta, you are on 74. Could I get a comment, please?
Yeah, just be careful with your highlights at the top there, and the horizon line was a little bit distracting, and probably a different crop. We probably don't need so much space around our subject.
Great, thank you. Outfit choice as well, like when we're looking at environmental portraits, everything's kind of got a gel connect, tell a little bit more of the story. Thank you. Next print, please. If you're just joining us online, we are judging the portrait category sponsored by Nikon. We have entries from all over the world, not just Australia, in the Australian Photographic Prize. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 68. Thank you, and you are all really, really close there. Can I get a comment, please, Alan?
So with the sort of colour tone that has been applied to this, I feel like we need a bit more to bring a story out as to why that toning has been chosen. I think just the disconnect with the toning and the portrait itself is probably what let this down.
Thank you. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 82. Well done. I can see a hand up here by Bruce on 90. Thank you,
I'm going to
Bruce.
challenge this one. I think this is amazingly well storytelling. We've seen these sort of ideas before with the IVF and everything, but this one, that shape is a hook. This is the baby. It didn't get away, guys. This is the child that actually happened. Like, there is so much drama and detail in this. It's printed really, really well. I can forgive it being a little bit too bright above the baby's head in that negative space, because the rest of it just fits. And I think this is really worth a finalist. So come on, guys.
All right, thank you very much. Now you've got a little bit of work to do. We have got 4 other judges on the panel who are just having another look at the image. So Jacinta's taking a seat. Can I get you to make a comment, please?
Yeah, I can appreciate everything Bruce has said, and it is a beautiful concept. And I'm glad that you mentioned the hook, because that was the one thing that I was trying to work out what that shape actually was. But like you've said, we have seen quite a few of these things before, so I probably just was wanting just an extra element there, because we've got everything that's going actually around the baby, and the baby's just placed there. There's just something extra would have been awesome to bring it up to that finalist stage.
Yeah, thank you. Katie?
So yeah, I think it's really clever as well. I think that the finessing is not quite there, you know, for an image which is conceptual, and I just expect a higher level of detail. There's a very dark, shadowy top right corner, right across the top really, but the corner's kind of the most distracting part of it. And I think just some of the choices, you know, the basket the baby's been placed in, I find that circle really distracting, really dominating. I think that could have been softened and maybe blended more with the background. And the same with the choice of background as well, like that in itself is quite distracting too. And I don't mean it in a bad way, I don't want to bring it down. I've given it a solid, you know, semi-finalist. But for it to come up into gold level for a concept like this, it just has to have that next level of attention to detail.
Yeah, I am going to throw my 2 cents in the ring here, because this is what I do daily. And we do get to see a lot of this often, and it is a really great narrative in terms of that hook. I'm so glad that you said that. But as you've said, Katie, a lot of distracting elements, and I just feel that the light is missing the baby. I feel like the light is hitting below the baby towards the left corner there, and really this is about the baby. It's the one that didn't get away, so we really need that light, that impact to really bring that baby to the forefront. And when we are creating a concept and telling a story, it has to frame the baby to make the baby the hero. And I feel like it's all of those other little elements are kind of just overpowering it a little bit. But I do feel it is worth discussing and considering how we score this image.
Yeah, I suppose just to bring it back to this is, it was emotional to me, so that's where I brought it into. And I think the choice of colour in that is great. Like purple is that colour which people use to signify loss and everything. So I think it's really well considered and toned in that. And while if you can't come up to a finalist, let's make sure this is a really strong semi-finalist.
Thank you so much. Judges, if you could please re-enter your scores. Bruce, keeping yours at 90, please. Thank you, judges. We do have a very strong semi-finalist at 85. Well done. We'll keep going. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 75. Mandarini, are you able to provide some feedback?
Yeah, very powerful expression, and he's surrounded by his books that he's involved in. What would have made that stronger, I think, if it had been more front on, because those parallels of the book stands are quite distracting, I find, and cutting through the top of his head. If you had have brought the camera up or down, I think it would have improved the composition.
Thank you. Next print, please. We have a score of 72. Thank you, judges. Can I get a comment, please, Katie?
I think this is about placement. We've got this beautiful scene with some lovely elements in the foreground, middle ground, and background, but the placement of the subjects is hard to know where to look first. So,
Thank you. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 68. Yeah, thank you, Mandarin. Can I get a comment?
Beautiful subject matter. A point of improvement, just be mindful of what lens you're using. The wide angle lens is really creating so much distraction with the lady's feet and legs. So in the interim, you could crop that out and it would be a more powerful image.
Thank you. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 74. Could I get a comment, please, Jacinta?
Yeah, we've got a beautiful subject here. Just be careful with your placement when using light. So we've got quite a... the subject is very close to the background, so we've got really heavy shadows coming from the left-hand side. That's quite distracting. And then very bright on the right-hand side of the cheek and forehead.
Great, thank you. I might grab Shireen. No, I will not grab Shireen. I'm going to bring Charmaine. They both start with a sh. Come on in. I am going to get Bruce out. Yes. Shireen, I'm going to keep you off just a little bit longer as we keep people rotating. I've been told, people. Next print, please.
Don't want to see her angry.
Thank you, judges. We have an average score of 76. Could I please get a comment, Charmaine? We had two judges going for a microphone there. It was an eeny, meeny, miny, mo.
Lovely colour tones. I think maybe just a different camera angle could get you more into the dog and the little girl, and the foreground's a little bit too much. It's just stopped me from getting further into the picture.
Okay, thank you. Before we get our next print, we're just going to have a blank screen for a moment. Please, print handlers. All right. design world. We are judging the portrait category of the Australian Professional Prize. This is our first year, and it's very exciting to see lots of people entering from not only Australia but all over the world. And it's been a long time. I know a lot of people are excited. The buzz here is pretty incredible, listening to everyone chatting. Thank you, judges. We have an average score of 83. Well done. Katie, you are eager to put your score in. Let's hear a comment.
This is beautiful. I mean, the treatment of whites is really hard, and it's been done really beautifully, and the little boy's expression is so engaging. The only thing that could really improve it is I prefer to read left to right. I think most of us do. And so maybe that last image needs to be with the boy on the right side of the image as opposed to the left, because it's just a little bit disjointed.
Thank you. Next print, please. All right, what do we got here? We do have in the room. Oh, yeah, Bruce, actually, could you just jump in? Thank you so much. Thank you, judges. We have an average score of 80. Well done. Charmaine, could I grab a comment, please?
Yeah, this is really fresh and different. I love the design of it. Possibly more attention to clothing could have made this even better for me, but really, really different, innovative. Yep, lovely.
All right, excellent. I am going to have another judge change. Could I please, Alan, could you please jump off? Bruce, I will keep you off as well. And who else have I got here in the room? Actually, Jacinta, can I get you to jump off as well? Let's just shake things up a little bit here. Lisa, can I get you to come back on? Lights are out here in the room, so I am squinting and adjusting, and I've got Andrew Campbell ready to come back on as well. Thank you so much. All right, let's have our next print, please. Anyone, take your pick. I shouldn't say that because Mandarin might come back and you've stolen the chair. Thank you, judges. We have an average score of 75. You're right there. Charmaine, could I grab a comment?
Yes,
please?
I think just to pay more attention to the bottom of the frame. It's very messy down near the skirt. For it to be such a simplistic image, I think all those things need to be considered.
Thank you. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 86. And Andrew Campbell is on 93, and he's going to challenge.
Yeah, very, very, very strong emotional content. In case anyone missed it, there's a hospital band on the lady in the centre's arm, which suggests that she might be in a bit of strife, and obviously there's some very strong love and emotion being shared there at that particular moment. And with the portrait, I think the strongest thing we want to see is emotion. We want to see a connection. We want to see those expressions, and we've been presented with them absolutely beautifully here by the entrant. The placement of the figures is perfect. The colour tones are mesmerisingly beautiful. There's a lovely little hint of something intriguing in the background, which is drawing us in like a painterly vignette, and it's beautifully, beautifully handled.
Thank you, Andrew. So we've got a couple of judges down in the lower 80s. Let's have a comment, please, Maria. Just start talking. I'm struggling to get my words out.
That would be Mandarin to you, Kelly. I can tell you, Andrew, that in the background took me a moment too. It's actually a clock, so it perfectly tells her story. It is beautiful. The expressions are priceless and spot on. The posing is really good. A couple of points though. The skin tone on the child has got a little bit of a cyan-y, sort of purpley colour. It's just not quite there. And also on the hand on the lower right, the shadowing, I'm not sure if it's a bit of negative clarity, but the edge of the shadowing is just a little jarring.
Thank you, Mandarin. Could I get a comment, Katie, please?
What Mandarin just said is what was holding me down as well. I see the beautiful story and the connection, and it's very, it really hits you in the feels, so high emotional impact and a really high level of skill, but maybe just not quite there for me for finalist level, because it's those little finessing things that we expect to see, and it's just to do with the skin toning and some of the work that's been done on the hands, which obviously we want to look at the hands, it's super important, but the faults are standing out to me. I don't want to talk it down because it's a beautiful image, but that's what I see.
Yeah, Charmaine?
Yeah, I think the emotion is amazing, but I feel just for the photographer stylising the clothes so well and the story and the harmony beautiful, I'd expect the skin tones to just not be jarry, and it's taken it away from me. And even the mother's dress coming out horizontal, maybe to soften that down, so it just keeps you in the faces rather than going out to the right-hand corner. So I'm quite happy with where I am with it, but I just feel the skin tones and the highlight on the girl's eyebrow, all those subtlety things that I think I'd be expecting to go into the top range.
Thank you. Andrew?
Just addressing the skin tones, could be mixed race, so consider that when you're deliberating there, but just want to reinforce the strength of a portrait photographer is to present a story, something that's real, something that's visceral, something that has, I guess, a timelessness to it. Thanks for the pick up on the clock, by the way. That really does help to reinforce this. I mean, that family will treasure this for years and years to come. And I think this will look absolutely fabulous on the big screen at Village if it's a finalist.
Thank you, Andrew. Judges, can you please rescore? Andrew, if you could keep your score at 93. Currently sitting on 86. Thank you, judges. We have an 89. It will go for review. Well done. Great conversation. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 75. You're pretty close there. Charmaine, could I get a comment, please?
Yeah, visually this picture has great impact, but I just find the 4 wrinkled lines in the middle of the image just cuts it in half for me, and it robs me of this beautiful fluidity in the image, and I'm not sure really what it is, but it's quite the harsh lines in there that are really taking away from me, and maybe the hot lights on the leg too, just tone that right down.
Thank you, judges. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have an average score of 77. Andrew, you're right on 77. Could I get a comment, please?
Beautiful colour palette. It's really nicely crafted, this image. The photographer's done a terrific job overall, but I'm a little bit confused as to why we've got the horizontal format when everything else appears to be so square. So perhaps some cropping choices could be made to help raise its score.
Thank you. Did you want to add anything in?
Just tone down the orange a little bit as well on the bed.
Thank you, Katie. We are going to start rolling through to our lunch break. It's actually not a lunch break. Get the words out, Kelly. Lunch is available for our judges. So what I'm going to do is do a little bit of a bum shuffle again so that some of our judges can go and get some lunch. Katie, you've been on for a little while, so I'm going to get you to jump off. Shireen's going to come on. You came on. Yeah, do you want to go and grab some lunch and come back, and then I'll put you back on? Yeah, Mandarin, Jacinta, can you come back on, please? And then you guys can keep reviewing and judging as we do this.
Just need to do that.
Brief. Thank you, judges. We have an average score of 69. Shireen, could I get a comment, please?
Yes, it would just be that I'm finding that the subject's literally almost in the background rather than separated from the background, so if they could look at that and address that, that would help this image along.
Yeah, possibly a different paper choice would really help separate the subject from the background there. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 75. There's a high standard of professional practice. Lisa, could I get a comment, please?
Yeah, this is a beautiful professional practice. It's possibly that it's just nothing we haven't seen before, and perhaps consider a slightly different colour for the background of the heart that maybe tones in a little bit or blends just a little bit better.
Thank you. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. You're all really close there. Nice consistent scoring with a average score of 75. Thank you. Jacinta, could I get a comment, please?
Yeah, beautiful subject. I think this, the parents would love this. Just be careful on the left-hand side around the elbow. There's a little bit of overwork done with cloning into the background.
Thank you. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have an average score of 68. Lisa, could I get a comment, please?
Yeah, it's a great moment captured, but perhaps take some consideration to the location. The heads are blending into the background, and there's a lot of trees coming out of heads. And sunglasses, while it's fun, I love to see into the eyes of kids in portraits. So unless they're like a massive feature, perhaps consider without.
Thank you. Next print, please. Bruce, can I get you to step in for Jacinta, please? What I love about this category is portrait of a person. It doesn't matter how old they are, their personality. It just has great variety. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 82, semi-finalist. All right, Lisa's on 90, so there's a reason why she gave it 90. Let's hear it.
All right. I just found the way they have treated particularly this face and the attention to detail really quite whimsical and fun. I don't know whether or not they've somehow enlarged the eyes and emphasised the teeth or something like that, but this is a genuine young Mad Hatter. Something about it just really appealed to me, and I think it's perhaps the expression, a little bit crazed, a little bit nuts. The background is nicely blent in. I'd like to see it go up a little.
Thank you, Lisa. Charmaine, you're at the lower end. Can I get a comment, please?
Yeah, I think the stylising is quite nice. I think the lighting's quite flat. I'd like more rounding with that, because I feel with the clothes being so theatrical, the lighting is very flat on. And maybe a little bit more space around her too. I think she's in a vice, a little bit tight. and just I think the overall lighting for me, if that was a bit more moody, I'd be up there more so. Yeah.
Andrew.
Echoing a little bit of what everyone said here, I'm unconvinced by the side light on the right-hand side. It's perhaps if that was mirrored or duplicated to give it a more theatrical feel, because all the rest of the work is terrific, which is why I've placed it at 85.
Thank you, Lisa.
Yeah, I think I hear what all you guys are saying about the lighting as well. So I think if you could just perhaps consider for the creativity a little few more points, that would be great.
Thank you, judges. If you could keep your score on 90, and if we could do a little re-entry there, judges.
Is that another space check?
Were you in the room when they said that they asked me to tell a joke? Thank you, judges. We have a score of 84. Right, let's have our next print, please. Thank you, Bruce. That heater has been kicked in. Yeah. We've gone from winter to summer. It'll be autumn soon.
It's Melbourne. You've got 4 seasons in one year.
As long as it doesn't rain in here, I'm happy. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 68. Could I get a comment, please, Jacinta?
Yeah, beautiful subject here. I think just a few more frames after this, we may have got a little bit more personality from our subject. I think it looks like it's at the beginning of the shoot where she's quite shy. Just be careful with your positioning of your subject because you've got quite high highlights in the background.
Next print, please. Currently on our judging panel, we have Shireen Hammond, Lisa Ivandich, we have Andrew Campbell, Charmaine Hire, and Jacinta Delben, all incredible photographers. If you have not heard of any of their names, you've probably been under a rock somewhere. Try Googling them, they're amazing. Thank you so much for your scores. We have a 77. Thank you, judges. Can I get a comment, please, Charmaine?
Yeah. I think the overall tone is really nice, but I think just paying more attention to the mother's hair, make it soft, and the baby looks a little bit angular and not comfortable, and the foreground that could be softened down and made more feminine and motherly.
Thank you so much. Next print, please. The reason we all love prints like this is we get to pick them up, touch them, hold them. And the wonderful thing about a lot of these photographs is that anything that scores a semi-finalist and above is going to go on record. It's going to be kept in an archive, used for various reasons in the future. Thank you, judges. we have a semi-finalist score of 82. Well done. Can I get a comment, please, Lisa? Oh, sorry, Andrew. Did you want?
Yeah, I did.
You go for it.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I think this is a terrific piece. I just wonder if a time exposure might have worked even better, just to have got those people to hold their moment and let that wave just move more gently, because it's a little distracting on that left. It's leading you in and out. Beautiful piece, though.
Yeah, excellent feedback. Thank you. Next print, please. Yep, it's cold again. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 73. Jacinta, you're right on that score. Can I get a comment, please?
Yeah, what an expression. That's super, super cute. Just a few things that I think could have been fixed here is the lines that are coming in from the right to be removed. And just watch, we've got the wrap that's coming up just around baby's head on the right that could have been tucked underneath. And I think we've got a little bit too much space at the top, could have been cropped in more so attention is directly onto our subject.
Thank you. Great feedback. Next print, please. While you remove all of that glorious squishiness. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 69. It's very close to that commended category. It will go for review. Charmaine, you're on 68. Can I get a comment, please?
Yeah, I think this could have been some fun shots either side of this frame, but maybe the dog's bottom hitting you first is not the ultimate thing. But I think the situation and the framing and the tones are quite nice, but just look at different frames maybe within the shoot.
You. Next print, please. Some of the elements that our judges are looking for are impact. It's what gets them up out of their chair. We're looking at composition, styling, posing, lighting, print quality. And once they've assessed all of those details, they then score this image within a scoring range that best describes everything that they are seeing. Thank you, judges. We have a semi-finalist score of, when our system catches us, of 80. Well done.
Can I challenge this? I can challenge it? Or it's going to be 6?
It has to be 6, and I think you might have a little bit of work to do because everyone else is sort of very close to that average. Shireen, though, can I get? Oh, but you know what? Have a comment, please, Charmaine.
I think this is quite an innovative way of photographing the animation of a family. I take it that the kids are all musical and with the family pets. I mean, this is quite original. The dog's either end of it giving it balance, like bookends to a picture. There's just enough detail to rim light the kids. They're all playing, so I believe it. The panoramic crop is wonderful. You know, what an amazing way to illustrate a story. Saying so much, but then saying so little in some ways. I think I think this was worthy of going a bit higher.
It is sitting in that semi-finalist area, so it is going to be on display out there. So thank you so much for your feedback and encouragement, because it's definitely got you guys talking. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have a commended score of 71. I might get a comment if I can, please, Elisa.
Yeah, it's a really lovely composition, but I wonder if a different lens choice or a different angle might have made it a little bit less about those feet. The feet and legs just seem overly large in comparison to her head. Otherwise, a lovely colour palette. Yep.
Thank you. Next print, please. Yeah, one of my favourite portrait lenses is a 70 to 200. Even a 24 to 70 at its longest focal length can capture a beautiful result. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 80. Shireen, you enjoyed this. Can I get a comment, please?
Yeah, if you work with twins, and a few of us who do newborns do, then it's actually, we know the difficulty, the degree of difficulty, the extra difficulty to work with twins. And it's just a really beautifully put together image that, they've got all the connection there, which is what we're looking for, and the palette is quite lovely. It's just delicate and sweet.
Yeah, it's got a lovely emotional impact. Well done. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have an average score of 77. So sitting there very high in that commended range. And Jacinta, you're right on 77. Can I get a comment? If that's, oh no, Shireen, you are on 84. Yes, please, go for it. We must be more than 5 points from the average to challenge, and Shireen is. She's going to talk about it.
Yeah, I just wanted to take a second because here we've been presented with something. I've just come back from Rome, and to me, it's like a homage to the Cupids and the beautiful paintings and the, of the world. And if I looked up at the ceiling from far away, I knew what this was straight away when I looked at it, and it reminded me of that. What a lovely thing to present us with as something different. We're looking for impact. We're looking for something interesting, something a little bit different. We've been presented with it right here. And I think it's actually worth having a discussion about and talking about if we can raise this up and award this particular photographer for having a great go at doing something a little bit different. And I really appreciate it. The colour palette is lovely, I think. I think it really struck me straight away. So, yeah, let's have a chat.
Thank you, Shireen. I'm glad you put your hand up. Jacinta, yeah.
Yeah, it's beautiful. I think what held me back, because I was on the 78, so I was really close, was just that knee to the right that was sort of losing detail into the background, and it's quite close to the edge, a little bit jarring, was the main thing that was, no, on the right, the knee. Yeah.
Andrew, please.
Yeah, sorry, Shireen, I don't find the colour palette attractive at all. I find it very jarring and not at all painterly. Also, if we're talking angelic and, talking about kind of, Sistine Chapel-like things, that expression doesn't kind of work with that story either. So I'm really struggling with this one.
All right, Lisa, please.
Yeah,
Lisa.
I'm much the same. I find that the colour palette's just too oversaturated. It's gone too far, and the wing is just a little bit too bright, and the colour from the cloud behind is bleeding into the wing a little bit. And I also find that while I love the glitter of the halo, it's quite in contrast to the treatment of the rest of the image. But what I do love is she's the angel that doesn't want to be an angel, and I love her expression. I think that's magical.
Thank you, Shireen.
Yeah, and I think the expression actually I did like, and I guess maybe we just had a difference of opinion, that's fine. But I actually thought it sat very well within it. And when you do look at those paintings, and like I said, maybe because it's just fresh in my mind and I've literally just been there, they are really vibrant. And I think what they were doing is trying to get that bang when it turned around. And yes, maybe it would be a little bit difficult to give it to us here as a photograph, but that's what I'm appreciating. It isn't a painting. It is a photograph, and they have tried to get there with this. And I think they were actually successful in showing, yes, I would have gone to a 90 if it was, if all the technical issues were not there, but I can see what you're talking about. I'm not just, dismissing that. But I do think it needs to be awarded into a finalist for giving us and presenting us with something that actually is, done, to my mind, really quite well. They've had a really great go at it.
Thank you, Shireen. Judges, if you could please re-enter your scores. Shireen, you can keep yours at 84. It's currently sitting at 77. Yeah. You just have to keep it at your score.
Sorry, I thought I had to score.
Yeah, just the same score.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
Thank you, judges. Right, we've come up a point. That's great. 78. Thank you. I'm sure the photographer will really appreciate all of that feedback. Thank you. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 83. And Lisa is on 90 and she's going to challenge.
Yeah. Okay, I might be out there on my own again, but this one I actually had quite an emotional reaction to this, and that's possibly because I have a teenage girl. Now, my teenage girl does not have any kind of eating disorder or anything like that, but just hearing the verbiage that comes from teenage girls of the things that they think about, they don't even necessarily want to talk about it, they don't want to hear from anybody that they are not what they think they are in their minds, their ideas of in their minds. And this is a way of it being shown that I haven't seen before. She's crimping in her waist to an almost unrealistic expectation here. She's looking away from us. I feel the tape perhaps could have been taken down a touch. It's quite dominating, but perhaps that's on purpose, because in her mind she is thinking of a number. She's going to look in the mirror. She's not going to see what she sees. She's going to see a number. And if that number is not what is in her expectation, she's just not going to be happy. It's all consuming. It's overwhelming. And I had quite an emotional reaction to this. I think it's been really lovely illustrated in quite a delicate way that this is what some females and young teenagers these days are thinking and feeling.
Thank you. Shireen's got a hand up. I was going to come to you, Andrew, but I will, but Shireen's got a hand up.
I think I'm with you on everything on that. But I think what I struggled with is, and I won't go. So anyway, but what I was going to say was is that the, oh no. When you're actually doing things like this, when I'm thinking of the girl, they go to quite dark places, and it's quite sad. And I feel that she was printed quite brightly. I kind of would have liked to have seen her printed in the kind of mood that I know the mind goes to. Does that make sense? So that was the only thing that stopped me from going right up there. Yeah. But otherwise, I thought it was a very strong and powerful image.
I know you're looking at me, yeah, but I'm looking at scoring ranges. But Charmaine, please.
Yeah, I felt it too, Lisa, very much. But I felt that I wanted to feel more for the situation. It was there in front of me, but my heart wasn't feeling the pain of it. And I wanted to. I think that she's just, to me, too bright. It looks just too happy. Maybe the tape even just toned down so I can get more of that, oh, yeah, I feel it, but I'm seeing it, but I'm not really feeling it. It's in the lighting, I think, too. It's just all too bright. But it's a great illustrative way of, yeah, definitely.
Jacinta.
Yeah. Yeah, I think, like, we all get the message that's coming across here, but like we've said, we need a little bit more. Why is she feeling this way? What is she aspiring to be a model? Should there be some outfit somewhere with the size that she needs to be fitting into, or some food elements, or something that gives it that little bit extra, I think is would take it to that finalist category.
Do you have anything to contribute? It's up to you.
Being the lowest scorer? Yeah, I think it's a lighting fail. I got the story immediately. It sort of smacked me in the face. There was nothing subtle about it at all. And the scale of the tape is just too disproportionate for the story to be properly conveyed. And the lighting, it's portraiture after all. The lighting is it's just not there, I'm sorry.
Lisa. I hear what you're all saying about the lighting. It's definitely very bright, but perhaps in this instance the photographer maybe has made the choice to do that on purpose, to shine a light on the issue. But certainly the darker the mood. For me, that extra element is there. Look at her pose. That's a model's pose. Look at her face. She's down to the side. She's got that I'm a coat hanger, sour face look, but it's just, she wants to be a model. She wants to measure up, and in her mind she's not measuring up. I definitely feel, what are we on, 83? If you can't come up into the finalist, I definitely feel it's worth going into the higher finalists, because I think there's a lot of elements in here that are really strong.
All right, thank you, judges. You all know what your job is. You've challenged before. All right, we have an average score of 85. Thank you, Lisa. All right, well done. Great discussion. Next print, please. think that's something that we do have to consider as judges. You know, we all bring each our own creative vision and voice to the way that we assess a photograph, and we try to interpret what's in front of us. And I think that's what's really exciting about having 5 judges, you know, share what it is that they see and how they interpret what's presented. We have an average score of we're just waiting for that system to catch up, of 77. Thank you, judges. Shireen, you're right on the average there. Could I get a comment, please? Yes, Andrew? Is it all right?
Just some attention to the lighting is required here. It's very directional, and if we're going to be working in what appears to be a studio situation where we have a lot more control, a reflector, at least on the right-hand side, would help here enormously.
Thank you so much. Now we are doing a bit of a rolling lunch, and we've got some judges that have come back from lunch. So I'm going to switch some of you out to go and grab a bite to eat. Lisa and Andrew, I might get you guys to jump out. Katie is here. Yes, please. Come on down, Mandarin. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 73. Jacinta, can I get a comment, please?
Yeah, beautiful moment here. Just be careful of your cropping, that we're quite tense on the right-hand side, a little bit more space between mum, and distracting elements of the rocks in the background. So that big dark line going straight through the centre there is quite distracting.
Thank you. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have a commended score of 76. Katie, could I get a comment, please?
This is a very well lit image and great eye contact from the subject. I find the blue just a little out of place in such a neutral setting.
Thank you. Next print, please. Hello, Icebox. It's just kicked in, hasn't it? like to freeze our judges. It's lunchtime. We don't want them going into a food coma.
Sorry.
We have an average score of 79. Thank you, judges.
Can I challenge,
And we
please?
have a challenge from Katie on 85.
Okay, now I know that you've probably all seen some technical issues, and I also saw those technical issues, but this is an extremely well thought out piece of work. It's confronting, it's about a very hard to talk about issue, which hopefully is obvious, but just in case it's not, there are blades, like cutting blades through the frame, and the subject has cut marks on her wrist. I think when we have pieces of work that talk about confronting issues, they're actually worth being discussed, because it's extremely hard to do this in an image. And I think as photographers, we do have, social. We have the ability to bring to light social issues, and that's what this photographer has wanted to do. I do see there are some issues with the blacks. The skin tones definitely are on the magenta side, and I feel like they should be warmer to match the rest of the image, but I also wonder if maybe the photographer did that on purpose, and it's worth considering. So I'd really like to hear from some of you.
Thank you, Katie. Mandarin, could I get a comment from you, please?
A clever concept, and the technical issues were what brought me down. Further to that, I'm wondering why she's holding the necklace. Perhaps you can address that as part of the story. The other thing is that I find her expression a little, it's not really in keeping with what the story that we're told. I want to see more emotion, even a teardrop, something that's betraying what the story is about.
Thank you. Charmaine.
Yeah, I think initially this looks wonderful, but I just feel it's very flat. I mean, I think there's a great story to be told here, but a bit more definition behind her, even in the subtlety, would bring it up for me. The skin tone looks quite pink, and definitely more detail in the black for me to go into the next level. I think that could be able to be achieved, and I think it would give the picture more roundness and take you further into her rather than just stop there.
Right, Katie.
Okay, so it's titled La Facade, which I'm going to just interpret pretty straightforwardly that this is about putting on a front. People who self-harm, they don't want you to know that they self-harm. It's something they do to deal with intense emotion. And I would say that in hiding scars, it would be a natural thing to keep your hands close to your body so people can't see them. I'd say the photographer has made a very deliberate choice in asking the subject to hold a flower so we can see it. And that's probably deeply uncomfortable. The subject has a slightly uncomfortable expression on her face as well, but she's putting on a facade. And I think that's all in keeping. And yes, the magenta skin tones do trouble me. If that was all perfect, I would have given this a really strong, 95. And so I've kind of put it where I think it sits because of some technical issues, but I think otherwise it's a really powerful piece of visual communication, and it's got us talking, and it's a really important topic.
Well, it is sitting right on the cusp there. Katie is on 85, asking us to come up into that next range. Judges, if you could please re-enter your scores. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 82. I'm going to have a quick judge change. Bruce, can I get you to come in for Charmaine, please? Next print, please. I think our creative vision is so powerful in what we have the ability to share. And that's what our judges are witnessing today. Thank you, judges. We an average score of 67. Could I get a comment, please, Mandarin?
I can't imagine how difficult this would have been to shoot. So applause to the photographer. Where I found it let me down is the styling, the shot that's been selected. The fabric looks a little messy, blocky. It would have been lovely to have a bit more flowy fabric out the back, perhaps, which you could have done with many takes. Also, the placing of the front hand I find really awkward, and it's just a little wrong. But keep trying. You'll get there eventually.
Thank you. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have an average score of 75. 74, sorry, 74, my mistake. Math was not my strongest suit. Jacinta, you're on 75 though. Can I get a comment, please?
Yeah, just be careful when working with quite a lot of colour tones going on. I think they're constricting each other, and just in your top right, it's very blocked, so our details aren't coming through. It's very flat lighting too, so experiment a little bit more with your lighting.
Thank you. Next print, please. Next print, please. Our print handlers are working overtime. They have a lot to consider over here. They take one print away for those of you that are online watching and only seeing the digital image. Each of these A3 printed photographs are handled with absolute care. They are taken out of a protective sleeve, placed in front of our judges. A score is provided, and then it's taken away and replaced with the next print, which is why we keep saying next print, please. I know a lot of people like to watch online, but honestly, if you can get here in person, you would not regret it, and you would learn a lot within this process. And all of our judges are very, very, very close there. We have a score of 75, thank you. Bruce, could I get a comment?
Yeah, well lit, or fairly well lit. It's just a bit static. I think just a little bit more movement with that cloth and that, and getting a little bit more tone in the bottom edge, and yeah, just watching it and sculpting it a little bit more.
Thank you. Next print, please. We have a score of 71. Thank you, judges. Could I get a comment, please? Katie, go for it.
So this is a really, really cute pose. It's unusual, great engagement with the subject. Just need to either change your angle or change Bub's angle just slightly, one way or the other, to sort of define the parts of the body a little more, because the foot's just getting caught behind the arm there and it's distracting. We want to see either more of the foot or none of the foot.
Great, thank you. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have a commended score. Whenever I say this, it's always when the system likes to take its time. 73. Can I get a comment, please? Yeah, Jacinta, thank you.
Yep. Beautiful posing here. Just be careful. There's a lot of fluff that's sort of going on in that brown blanket that's underneath that we can be easily removing.
Thank you. Next print, please. Yeah, nothing escapes our judges. They see every detail. Thank you. We have a commended score of 73. Shireen, could I get a comment, please?
Yeah, I was just going to say, when you, first of all, I actually do really appreciate the emotion in here, and that's how I cuddle my kids when they were littler and before they were taller than I was. But I would just like to suggest that if the photographer had asked the subjects to step one more step back, one more decent step back if they could, because it looks like they're not quite on that wall, which is good, we don't want them on the back wall. But actually the light would have spilled onto the mother's face more from the window. So they could have just taken a bit of a step back. It might have helped this particular image.
Great feedback. Thank you. Next print, please. I'll leave that decision up to you. Whatever tickles your fancy. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 73, and you were all within that same sort of area there. Jacinta, can I get a comment, please, at 75?
Yeah, I think probably what let it down here is it's very flat and very soft overall in the whole image, and we're just missing Dad's connection there, I think, between the whole family. It's a little bit lost.
Thank you. Next print, please.
Print score is 76. It'll be commended. And all our judges are pretty close, and no, Kelly hasn't changed. She's still the beautiful lady she was and is and always will be. Voice has dropped. But I'm Tony, I'm just going to give her a break for 10 minutes. So we're all pretty close to that, I think. Let's have a comment, if we can, please, from Shireen. Yes.
Carpe diem, seize the day. And this woman looks like she really has. She's come into her own, and it's a really lovely styled portrait, and The lighting's lovely. What's not to like?
Thank you. Next print, please. This is the portrait category, sponsored by our good friends at Nikon. Thanks, judges, for the scores final. A lot of colour. Print scores, I'd say 78. There we go, 78. Commended, higher end. Let's get a comment, if we can, briefly, please, from Katie.
I love the colour explosion. It's a hard task to photograph a subject with so much stuff and so many colours, and I think the photographer's done a fantastic job.
Thanks, Katie. Next print, please. Waiting on that computer to do us adding up. Abacuses don't work that quick, you know. And we have a print that will score somewhere in the commended range, probably around 74. There we go. Bit of quick maths. And let's get a quick comment from Bruce. Thank you.
Yeah, high keys, hard to do well, and you've done fairly well on this. A little bit more finesse on it, and then now work on the posing. Get this guy to engage to you more.
Thanks, Bruce. Next print, please. If you're in Melbourne and you're listening, you've got the chance, get down. We've got the expo starting a little bit later this afternoon. So much to see and do. Go and have a look at equipment. Nikon, who's sponsoring this category, have got just about every camera under the sun, as they always have. Massive supporters. Come down and have a play, talk to the guys and girls down there, and I'll tell you why Nikon produces one of the best cameras on the planet. Come and have a look. This print score is 74, right in the middle of the commended range. All judges pretty close to that. Jacinta, would you like to share?
Yeah, I think this image probably would have been better in black and white because we've got quite a few colour tones going on, and just cropped tighter in, so less space on both sides.
Thanks. All right, next print, please. And I'm going to hand you back to the amazing Kelly Brown.
Thank you, judges. We have a score of 81. I might get a comment from Shireen if I can.
Yeah, I just wanted to applaud the photographer for actually capturing this so beautifully and so clean, like the detail in the horse, even up to the rump of the horse, in that shadow in the background. This is really tricky to get this kind of lighting, and I think they've done it really, really well, and it's beautifully printed. Well done.
Thank you. Next print, please. So while our judges are scoring here, and if you're relatively new to this type of competition, our scoring range, is quite interesting when we consider all of the different elements that go into making a photograph. But what we consider standard professional practice is a score between 70 and 79, so anything above that receives an award and gets to hang in our print show that we have here at the moment at the Australian Photographic Prize. Thank you, judges. We have an average score of 75. And Katie, you're right on 75. Can I get a comment, please?
Yeah, this is a lovely moment of connection. I love that I can see how old the older sister is because of her missing teeth. Beautiful setting. Yeah, I think the photographer's done a great job.
Thank you. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. 87. Alrighty.
Excuse me. I actually did need to clear my throat.
Katie's got the microphone. I am excited to hear what you are going to say. Let's do this.
Oh gosh, I hope that I can do this justice because this image is outstanding and I have never seen a maternity image like this ever before, and I've looked at a lot of them and I've looked at a lot of beautiful ones, but this one is completely unique. Like this detail of this gold, cracking, embossing, or whatever it is across the body is so compelling and so intricate. It's been expertly printed. Everything about it is beautiful. I love the sort of mimicking of the body like a mountain, like hills. Everything about the posing is just so elegant and beautiful, and it's hard to do that. I mean, not every pregnant woman feels like she looks elegant, and this woman is just incredible, but also there's an otherworldly feel about it, like, the magic or the mysticism or something which, could be interpreted in so many different ways. The dark tones, like it's incredibly hard to do this right in an image, like with the lighting, but also then it's been transferred through to the processing and then to the printing as well. So we're looking at an outstanding example of emotional impact, visual communication, technique, like all the things. This is absolutely 100% a finalist image. It's one of the most outstanding images we've seen today.
All right, Bruce, you've got the mic.
Okay, well, I was a bit shy and I'm definitely coming up. The thing that got me after I walked and put the score in is the paper choice. excellent paper choices because it gives you those little flecks on the bottom like you're in Iceland or something like that. It just adds extra texture and tone to it, and obviously helps with the gold to pop it as well. Like, yeah, I can't say much more than amazing.
All right, I was going to call you Shireen, but you've jumped up, so let's go. No, I'm going to come back to you.
Am I still going?
Yep.
Yeah, I can appreciate everything everybody has said. The only thing that probably held me up going higher was the separation between the jawline into the neck. I can't really see. That was the main thing. And I was trying to find the connection between all the cracking with the gold. Is there a story that we're trying to tell there, or is it just there for an artistic purpose?
All right, Shireen.
And I would love to go up, but I just want some resolving. I think the front is heavy, is a bit heavy for me. Just at the ground, at the bottom. I know it's just a little thing. The ground at the bottom and the eyes seemed over sharpened for me. They're the two things that are actually, I'd love somebody to talk me through that, because I'm finding that it feels just that bit heavy, but I do love it.
All right, Mandarin.
I don't want to insult any pregnancy photographer because it's all very hard, but this, as Katie said, is the most unique, original image of this genre that I have ever seen, and it is, for that in itself, it should be a finalist. A couple of points that are really important. I'm almost seeing a Mother Nature vibe because, as Katie said, the line of that mountain in the background is following along with her leg line. Is there an extra story here? There is like a light ray coming out of her belly, and maybe that's the reference of all that gold and gold leaf is following through with the light coming out with it. She's about to pop. Even the placing of those cracks, the one leading down to her nipple, the three-dimensionality of the crack in her arm is so perfect. The rim light down her other arm is spot on. I'm actually I scored it as a finalist, and I think I'll go higher than 90.
I'm just going to add in here, volcano about to erupt.
Nice one. State the obvious.
What mother that isn't about to give birth is like a volcano about to erupt? No one wants to be in that delivery room with her. But the power that you know that a volcano is, how powerful is a mother, and the human form, the body, to not only make another human being, but to deliver it into this world. It's unworldly.
Thank you, Kelly. I think I'll leave it there. You know what you need to do, guys.
Please rescore, judges. Thank you, judges. Actually, on behalf of the photographer, thank you, judges. We have a score of 95. All right, before we have that next print, this will literally take 2 seconds. 5 judges up, turn around once, wave on your way past your audience and sit back down and get... Actually, don't sit back down. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 73. I might get a comment, if I can, from Katie, please.
So this moment is just from the top of the knee through to the top of the frame. It would be so much more exquisite without the bottom half. We just don't need the rest of it at all. All the information's contained there.
Thank you, Katie. Next print, please. Actually, 2 seconds. We have got a little bit of a water delivery. Before we get the next print put down, we're going to have a judge's change because we're still rolling through lunch. That one was a 73. Jacinta, if you can go to lunch. Andrew, if you can come back onto the panel. Who hasn't had lunch? Shreen, do you want to go and grab some lunch? Yeah, maybe we'll do it now at the same time. Lisa, if I can get you to come back on, please. Although Alan is sitting there, aren't you, Alan? We'll get you in the next round. All right. As our judges take their seats, let's have that, or put their belongings down. Let's have that next print. All right, here we go. We have a score of 77. Thank you, judges. Andrew, you're fresh.
Thank you. This is a delightful expression, and it's a beautiful piece of work. I think the only thing that might help improve this, because it's so very busy, is perhaps really limiting the depth of field. You know, long lens, shoot at a 2.8 or something, so that the background just disappears, and then all that wonderful detail would be just held in the foreground. Great expression.
Great feedback. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 66. Could I get a comment, please, Bruce? Thank you.
Sorry, misplaced the microphone. Nice, interesting image. The girl's connected to the violin. Really look at your depth of field. Make sure everything is sharp if you're going to do something like this. And selective colour is good if you know the story behind it. There's no story here that I can find.
Okay, thank you. Next print, please. Oh, yes, absolutely. Yep, no problem at all. Yep, Charmaine, if you could step in for Alan, are you able to jump on for this image, please? Step in for Andrew. Andrew, you're stepping in for Andrew. It's in his hand. Yep.
Yes, I am. Yep.
All right, our judges, for those of you viewing at home, have just done a little bit of a reshuffle. If a judge knows the entrant, they have the choice to step off. Might not be the case. They might not know the entrant, but they may be familiar with the image, or might just need a break. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 71. you're right there, Katie. Can I get a comment?
So I think this is a really lovely image in terms of its emotional connection. Right, the bottom part of the image, so from the belly down, it's very dark and it's quite hard to see what's going on. I'd probably just crop that out or have a different look at the lighting to make sure that we can actually see it.
Great feedback. Thank you. Next print, please. Thank you, Alan. Thank you, judges. We have a score coming through of 69. It's right on the cusp, so it will go for review. Could I get a quick comment, please? I might get a comment from you, Lisa. Thank you.
It's a great fun image. I think to improve the image, all of the action is happening out that window. We almost don't even need the front of the car and the Mini. We don't need the distracting trees and the fence behind. Zoom in on what's happening, square on to that open window and everybody coming out, and it'd just be a bigger cracker of an image than it is.
Great advice. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 72. And there's a few of you that are quite close there. Katie, please.
Can I challenge it?
Oh, yes.
It's
Katie's
quite-
on 82,
quite a big-
and
it's
she's
quite
going
a
to
big
challenge it.
jump. I've got my work cut out for me. Watching an artist at work, I think this is a very bold choice of the photographer to actually have the artist working in the photo as opposed to it being a studio shot, which we see a lot of, because obviously artist studios are fascinating places. The placement, she would be working with the light, I would imagine, like that. There's a beautiful array of images around to look at, but I guess I feel very drawn into what she's doing. I feel like this is a beautiful study of something that we don't get to see very often. It's been framed really well. The only thing that kind of pulls it down for me is the white paper in that foreground there, but I think if they were to darken that down, it would probably look a little false. So I think there have been some really great choices, and I'm actually surprised that the scores are where they are. I thought it would be a little more even.
I'm happy to.
Yeah,
talk.
Bruce, thank you.
I think the idea of the image is great, like where the person is and showing all the work around them working. But the thing that really got me was the technical on it. That highlight right on the paper just blows out the artwork. You can't see what's going on. I think the thing that would have elevated this is just a bit of control of the lighting. I know it's working in studio or whatever, but just for a couple of shots, maybe just diffuse the light a little bit or something, just to give us a little bit more. And then I think we could have gone up a little bit further. I like the choice of paper, by the way. I think that was an interesting choice.
Mandarin, yeah.
I would encourage the photographer to look at other photographers that do environmental portraits. So there's a couple of reasons that held me back. Firstly, the crooked horizon, so to speak, the table. Also, if the photographer had have moved a couple of steps to the right so that the artist was on the left of the frame, that would have made more sense, because what she's doing, she's painting, she's drawing, but it's right over to the right-hand side. Also, the piece of artwork at the back, that's sort of where it ends, is sort of right at the edge of her eye. I feel if that had have been sitting behind her, it would have been a stronger composition. So there's elements like that a bit of forethought would have improved it.
Thank you. Katie, I'm going to come back to you.
Yeah, I don't really have anything else to add.
Thank you. Judges, please rescore.
No, you wait for it. Sorry, you jump in the gun because I have to do the button. The system takes 5 seconds.
Thank you, judges. We have a score of 73, and I'm sure the photographer will appreciate your feedback. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 67, which is just below that finalist range. Could I get a comment? Might get a comment. Okay, here we go. We're quite varied here.
Okay, I'll give a comment.
Yeah, go, Katie. Thank you. Appreciate that.
I photograph this type of perspective quite a lot in my work, and what I think would help this one is to just be a little closer so that the heads aren't quite so dominant. So you can still see that the heads are looking down at the baby. I think that's beautiful communication, and obviously there's a lovely expression on the baby's face that you've got to be quick to grab the hands and everything. But if you just crop in, it's probably losing almost 50% of the image to crop into the point that I'm talking about.
Thank you, yeah. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 75. Bruce, you're right on 75. Could I get a comment, please?
Yeah, I love the expression and the engagement of the father and daughter or son. I'm pretty sure it's daughter. I think I'm not actually sure what to do to improve it. I think it's a good, solid professional practice image.
Yeah. Do you know, when you get this level of connection between two subjects, you kind of need to remove everything else that doesn't lead you to that connection. So, you know, possibly a different crop, removing some of the colour from the edges of the frame, and maybe a split second of difference could have had Dad's legs out of the frame, so that it was all glorious and white around that centre where that connection really is. Thank you. Next print, please. right, they've kicked that heater back in. Mm-hmm.
As soon as I take this off, I'll put the back on.
I am, but I know I'll take it off and then
Thank you, judges. We have an average score of 75. Could I get a comment, please, Lisa?
Yeah, it's got a beautiful colour palette, and I like how we've used the light to draw our attention to the man in his little stall or shop or home. I just feel it's a little bit bright there. There's a little bit bright on his shoulder. There needs to be just that little bit more control. And I think this one perhaps might have benefited from a more matte paper choice, perhaps.
Thank you. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 71. Andrew, could I get a comment, please?
Certainly. There's some really moments of lighting consideration have been given to this, and it's almost there in terms of the way that the photographer's presented it, but it does also need some cropping and some serious consideration to the expression, and a little bit of a fill light would help as well. But I think, the photographer's on the right journey there, just need a little more finessing.
Thank you. Next print, please. Judges are up out of their seats when the print is placed down, and then before they sit down they've entered their score. Thank you. We have an average score of 72. Thank you, judges. Katie, you're right on 72. Can I get a comment, please?
Yeah, there's a beautiful moment here, and it's well lit. There's just that reedy thing that's just coming into her face. You just need to pull that out before you take the frame because it's really distracting. And perhaps losing the actual sky in the image as well would really draw you into the highlights, which is around her hair and her face and her beautiful eyelashes.
Thank you. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 67. Mandarin, do you have any advice for our photographer?
Beautiful moment captured. I would pay some more attention to technical aspects, printing, paper choice. just make sure there's a little bit more detail in the shadows. Also placement of hands, make sure it's more quite delicate perhaps. Yeah, and maybe crop out that curtain at the side. It's really not adding anything.
If the photographer could have just rotated the subjects just slightly more towards the window, we would have seen the detail right in the centre of the belly as well with the hands.
Thanks, Katie. Next print, please. All right, it is warm in here. Up you get, judges. We don't want them going to sleep. Not that they would. Thank you, judges. We have a semi-finalist score of 81. Lisa, could I get a comment, please?
Yeah, this is just a beautiful image, a beautiful colour palette, and the texture and folds of that dress are just divine, contrast with background. My feedback would be the only part is the brightest part of this image is just below her elbow, and if you could just tone that down a little bit so that we are drawn more to her and her baby, those textures will still speak for themselves, and then it would go a lot higher.
Thank you very much. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 69. It is sitting right on the cusp there. It will go for review, but could I get a comment, please? Yes, from Bruce.
Oh, I'm happy to comment on this. I think the idea is really lovely and that, and bringing a person to their space and that. But unfortunately, because of the placement of the subject, they feel really disconnected from the actual background.
Thank you. Now, before we get our next print, we'll just pause for 2 seconds while I do a quick judge change. Charmaine, could I get you to come in for Bruce, please? And, oh, great. Oh, and I'm going to go, so I'm going to bring Tony Hewitt in, because apparently I've got to give a presentation in 10 minutes. No pressure. Oh, you know. I thought it was 2:30, but today's going quickly. I'll be back, everyone. Thank you so much.
Next print. Big hand over. scores a commended with a score of 70 T. Print score 70. Let's have a quick comment, if we can, from Katie, please.
I love the lighting in this. It's definitely been shot at the right time of day and the right angle. The little girl's got her hand in her mouth, and it kind of muddies up the communication. And obviously the little boy facing away. It's not a really clear narrative.
Thank you. I'm going to do another job change, Lisa. It's not because we're West Australians. Jacinta, you can come on, thanks. Don't go too far, Lisa. Thank you. You can't judge this one? Okay. Christopher, can you judge this, please? This is the portrait category, sponsored by Nikon. Exactly. I'll give you a hint, it's round your neck. Where's mine? Oops. Blues everything. It's probably in my bag. Okay. How are we going? Print scores 79 and is a very high commended image.
Can I challenge, please?
You can challenge it. Yes, you can challenge it. Go for it.
Excellent. Well, I first of all appreciate the humour very much in this. This is a story of mateship between man and dog, which is a story that a lot of us can relate to, and I know it's a very it's a loved story. A lot of people love their dogs. This is a very specific relationship. I particularly love the way the dog's looking at the shadow, kind of like you're more interesting than my owner or whoever's looking after me. Whether this guy's the owner or he's just looking after the dog, I don't know, but the dog loves the shadow more. I think it's funny. I think it's kind of a bit awkward. I love that that it's been presented in this panoramic format. It's simple. There are no distractions. It's striking. It's quite unique. I think it sits really comfortably in semi-finalists.
Thank you, Katie. Let's have a comment, please, from Andrew on 70.
Thanks, Katie. The challenge there, I guess, with humour is that sometimes it comes off and sometimes it doesn't. I certainly see there's an idea here, but it's just left me absolutely cold and detached because the dog just looks bored. I don't see any of that, I'm sorry.
Let's see if someone else sees it. We've got Christopher down the end on 84.
This is one of those classic photojournalist moments where the coffee cup proves it. It's a spontaneous thing, but what comes off beautifully is the dog's the most intelligent person. It's that moment where the teenager goes, "Dad joke? You're kidding me. You're twice my age and you think that's funny." I just think the dog, in its rigid pose, is the most intelligent person, and the other person's trying to be the comedian. I think we need to reward comedy as a photographic element.
Thank you. Unless someone else has okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to that. I was looking at the coffee cup myself, and I felt that it would have actually been stronger if it was on the other side of the guy. If it's where it is, and it's the shadow and the dog having coffee together, so to speak. Why is it coffee? Why isn't it something that both the pet and the owner could partake in, like a biscuit or something like that? So I don't connect with the alleged humour either.
Back to you, Katie.
I think it's a moment. I don't think this has been constructed or this has not been set up. This is, man and dog sitting down, having a moment together, and this just so happened to happen. That's how I'm reading it. I 100% see the dog looking at the shadow. Like, I'm not trying to read into it. That's one of the first things I saw when I got up and looked at it. And so, yeah, I think that story is really strong, and I really appreciate what you added to the conversation there, Christopher, as well. And I do think we should be rewarding humour because, a lot of photography can have this heaviness. We're communicating these deep, sombre messages a lot of the times, and we can also communicate funny messages and messages about humanity and about people's connections, and I really love that about this.
Okay, Katie's asking you to consider this as a semi-finalist, so take on board what you've heard and please score. Katie, you put your same score in, 86. Thank you. We have a semi-finalist. It seemed appropriate. Next print, please. I'll leave Chris. I'll bring you in a moment. Have you got Kelly's blanket? It's 74, commended image. Let's have a comment. Everybody's pretty close to that. Let's have a comment from... Yes,
Yeah.
so, mate.
Yeah, Tony. Yes, I think just with the different camera lens would make this a lot better. The buildings are so sharp and your eyes just jutting from the kids to the buildings and so forth. So just, that would be better for me. But I don't mind the panoramic feel, but I just think with the lens choice it would have been made this a lot better. And the front there, a little bit toned down. There's a little bit of light patch in the front, so to keep you there.
Can I just suggest also that perhaps a slightly lower angle with the children just coming up out of the...
Definitely.
Just to separate?
Separate them, yeah.
Thank you. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. This print scores 77. It's a solid commended image. Nice black and white.
Can I jump?
You can. You can. Go for it.
I just think this is a beautiful moment that's been captured by the photographer where the children are self-consciously closing their eyes and thinking of the moment. The connection of the hand to the face is so poetic that it's leading you there. I would have thrown a vignette around the bottom edge. That's all I would have done to change it. Plus also there's a certain luminosity to the way the black and white is treated. It's really a crafted image. I just think it's certainly in a higher category than the one it's fallen into.
Mandarin, 72.
Yeah, Sorry, Christopher, I respectfully disagree with some of the comments that you've taken up. There's a few technical issues here. The focus seems to be on the jacket. The faces are out of focus. Also, I find the posing, the position of the hands, the blanket over the lower half, I find that quite curious, and I'm not sure what the statement is being made, but I definitely don't see what you're seeing, Chris. Also, the shirt is on the boys sort of bunched up, so attention to detail would have really helped.
Mr. Campbell, sitting in the middle there.
I am indeed. I'm a little more in support of this one with you, Christopher. I'm seeing this as this girl is comforting her brother. There's a story there, definitely an emotive connection. I appreciate the luminosity you mentioned as well, that they almost look metallic. It's a beautiful print. I would like to have seen a little more space around them just to give them room to breathe, which is why I've just dropped it into that semi-finalist range, but the connection is there.
Just quickly, if you've got something to add.
Yeah, I feel even the clothes choice, my eyes just jutting from one to the other. I think for such a tender moment, and it appears to be quite stylised, the clothes being more closer in tone would have been better rather than, and the rug there, my eyes jutting around it, it's really taking away the emotion of the image. Around the hair too, it's quite muddy. So I think a little bit more finesse there would have brought me up for sure.
The lower vignette would have helped us. But I do actually see the blanket as being another element of comfort between the two children, and the hand at the bottom, just over her hand, and she's making the connection with his chin. I just think there's a line there that starts with his hand over hers, and it goes all the way through until it's returned through her elbow back to his face. It's just a beautiful twin profile, and we don't see twin profiles of small children executed this well.
Thank you, Christopher. You hold your score. Everyone else can rescore. Christopher, you hold your score at 85.
What did we get?
77.
Tick, 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 tick.
79. Almost there. We'll come back for review. Next image, please. Explain. Print score 79. And nobody can challenge that, so I'm going to challenge it. I think we're that close. We'll talk about it and see where it belongs. Fair enough? So does anyone wish to speak first? Thank you, Andrew.
Beautiful connection between these two. It's you can really feel the love there. Really, the hands are beautifully poised and placed. I like the swirly nature of what we're presented with. The background's dropping off nicely. Just a little bit hot, maybe in the middle of where the belly is, but perhaps that's the intention, to draw your eye there. So there you go.
Okay. Somebody else have a chat. Perhaps Charmaine, you're on 71 at this stage.
Yeah, I felt for me, I love the stylising of the outfit, but I felt the man's just too squeezed in there. A bit more space around it would have made it more powerful for me, and he's part of the image as well. And the background to me is quite dark and muddy at the top. The flowers, I feel a bit more finessing with that would have made it better for me. Yeah.
Okay, we've got somebody else up there, Christopher.
One of the joys about this photo is from here you just think it's a beautifully posed woman who's pregnant, and then you come up and see her ghost, her partner. It's just because you've placed the exposure so perfectly that he's really just there. He's subtly supporting. She's actually the star, and I think it's a pregnancy shot, and their partner's just there, and I love that.
Okay. That was how I felt too. I thought it was just nicely how it's all about the mother and the bride, or the mother and the baby, and everything else was designed to be part of the background, including partner. And I thought that was done beautifully the way that's being done. Anybody else got comments? Katie.
So I really respect and appreciate that too, and I see the same thing. But the actual choice of the background is what lets it down for me, because it's so busy. I think it should just be a simple background. There's just so much going on with the dress, and you have this stunning mum to be. You know, she's standing in her own, and she is what you want to look at. But then the background it's too much. It's like, you know, when you it's like being taught to dress, where you put all the things on and then you take like half of it off. It's like that's how it feels to me. Like it needs an edit, and the edit is removing the background and making it simple.
Okay.
And just to follow on with what Katie said, it's a beautiful image, but the background is what lets it down. It is almost like a bit of a cliche, but technically, I'm not sure if it's file artifacts, banding, noise, but there's something going on in the background that's I find very distracting as well.
Okay. Well, we've all had a chance to talk about it. Let's have another rescore. Everybody can rescore as they see fit. Score 79 again. His pen will score 79 when that little abacus little hamster on the wheel. 79. All right, we did have a good chat. Something to learn. Next print, please. We'll keep moving. Has everyone had lunch? You've all had lunch? No. That's the first. Thanks, judges, and we have a score of 69, which means it's just below that professional standing that we're looking for. And Andrew, you're the man to help somebody find out what it is they could do to take it just another step higher.
Again, a longer lens to knock that background right out of focus to get that bokeh effect a lot more subtle. And then I guess just some attention to paid where the flare is really sort of washing through the expression. And finally, a square crop would probably help further as well.
Thank you, Andrew. And with that, I'm going to give you a little break, and I'm going to give Charmaine a break. I'm going to bring back Jacinta, and I'm going to bring back... And I'll bring back Shereen. Thanks. Whichever one's free. Musical chairs. Remove two. Charmaine. Sure. Print score 76. No, it doesn't. 77. It's that last number that takes its time. And we have a challenge from
challenge
Katie
this?
on 83.
I think this is beautiful. Such a strong moment of connection. I particularly love the relationship between the horse's ears and the crown that the woman's wearing. I think that it's like they're meeting each other in this moment, and then the arm connecting it's just been placed and posed really beautifully, and you can see the attention to detail and finesse of the photographer through the whole background. Like, they've just kept it so neat, so clean. They've definitely cleaned this scene up so that there's really nothing to distract you. It's very even and smooth, and that's a high level of technical skill. And I think the relationship, the communication between the horse and the subject is just absolutely beautiful. I think this is a semi-finalist. This stands out from a lot of images we've seen today.
Okay, let's hear from Shireen on 72.
I'm struggling a little bit with the woman, to be honest, Katie. I actually would like to. I love the connection between them, but it's the treatment of the lady herself. I don't know. I just find that I feel it's very underdone. And when I say treatment, it's I understand the difficulty in lighting outside, but the horse looks better than the woman to me. And so I'd like you to resolve that for me.
Okay, let's go to Jacinta on 78.
Yeah, just a few things while you're there, Katie. There's a twig that is coming out from her crown diagonally, and then there's another one from her chin that's going up that I think could have been removed. I just find, we do like the connection that's there, but she's so high up that she's reaching. I think she could have been a little bit lower, that it would have just elongated her jawline a little bit more. It's quite direct.
Yeah, just very quickly.
The lighting on both subjects is perfect. Your background is just too busy. You almost want to etch that out and give it a huge archway or something that's much more regal.
Thank you.
Just to add, she's a fierce warrior woman, but the bra piece is not very flattering the way it's sitting in. I actually would have, as Shireen said, maybe brought it down a stop or a stop and a half to bring more mood into it.
Katie?
I don't think she's a fierce warrior woman. I think she's like a wood nymph. She's a fairy. She's an elf. She's delicate and feminine and soft, and she has very fair skin. And yes, perhaps she could be darkened down just a little bit, Shireen. I think that's maybe that's what I got from your comments before. But yeah, I see this as a much more delicate, feminine image, and I don't think the background's busy at all. I think it's been very, very well handled. I think it probably was busy when it was shot. It was perhaps too much, and the photographer's taken a lot of care to blend that so that you've still got this environmental scene, that kind of fits with the theme that I'm assuming that they wanted to portray, which is a woodland theme, but that it's not distracting. I don't see anything distracting there because I'm not drawn into it. You see it, you take it in, and then you come back to the connection. And I also think that the angle's been very carefully chosen to meet those 2 points and to create that beautiful little triangular relationship. So I see all this has been done very deliberately, and I think the photographer should be rewarded for those careful choices.
Thanks, Katie. You hold your score. Hold your voice. Hold your score at 83.
That's fine.
And everyone else rescored. Print score 78. Just before we have the next print, can I get you guys to stand up and pick up your chair and come up to this end of the room rather than sit in the back of the room? Because you're all going back bit by bit. Every time you sit down, you move your chair back. These poor guys just about have you on their lap. Plus, I was calculating the time it takes you to get up, and I reckon we just saved ourselves 30 minutes.
How many days are we going to be?
Based on the cost of my Uber last night. Okay? And you can come closer again, and you find half the time.
How close are we going?
And this is social distancing, so our judges at the bottom.
It's going to be a lot of
Where are you staying? Where are you staying?
Come closer. You don't like this?
Oh, I thought how far away were you staying if the cost of your room was...
Right, there we go. Next print, please. And now you can see it straight away. And up and down like that. Put your elbow on the way through. More the merrier, Kelly. Every room needs a Kelly Tunney. And a Shireen Hammond. And a Kate Collinberg. Don't offend anyone, say everybody. Okay, how we going? Let's go. One more, guys. We have a 72. In the commended range, and I'm going to get a quick comment from Mandarin, please. What can be done to help?
I would say that just attention to detail in the positioning of the arm, the foreshortening of the elbow. By changing the pose and changing the placement of the hands and even elongating the neck would have actually added to the image.
Thank you. Next print, please.
You know what you're doing, Tony.
How are we going? We have a 73, or pretty close to that. Let's have a quick comment, please, from Jacinta.
Yeah, beautiful subject here. Just be careful with your posing too. I think one of those arms underneath Mum's belly would have been a little bit more flattering, and our distracting elements with flowers and the horizon line going straight through the tip of Mum's forehead.
Yes, good comments. Next print, please. Lots of friends, haven't you? Print scores 87. I have a feeling somebody might want to. Yeah, you can, Jacinta. That's fine. No, you're in the goal. You're in the 90 range, so you can. So go for it. Jacinta's challenge.
Oh, this is Australiana on steroids. Like, it's just awesome. We have one main colour going through this whole image of green, yet we can see every single tone, every single detail. The posing, the styling, the printing is exceptional. This is by far one of the best images we have seen today, and it definitely needs to be a finalist.
All right. Well said. You sound convinced. Let's talk to Shireen.
Yeah, look, I was definitely in the, I'm definitely listening to what you have to say. I think, I'm not sure, but I think the only reason that I didn't go higher, and I'm willing to listen, is because I felt like the skin felt like it was over treated, like it was over. But like, where's the detail? She's got so much detail. In her dress, in the animals, in the flowers, and everything else. But then, I don't know what happened, but it feels like the skin. That all the detail in the character of this girl seems to be a little bit lost to me. So please talk me through that. I'd love you to. Although I do feel like it's a Mother Earth thing as well, which is beautiful.
Well, Katie gave it a 90.
No, I didn't.
No, I did.
Oh, sorry, no,
I
I'm
did.
sorry. Flipped back from what I was looking at yesterday.
So I agree. It's definitely a finalist range. It's May Gibbs' Gumnut Babies. It's so spot on. Even the catchlight in the girl's eye, using I think it's a round softbox to follow through with the theme, with the circle in the background to draw our eye back into the subject, the colour palette, the cropping, and then the pop of the blue bird at the top. With regards to what Shireen said about the softening of the skin, I actually enjoy that. I think it gives it that otherworldly May Gibbs sort of element of, illustrative type image.
Christopher?
I'm going up because I've been too tame. I just love the way the tail of the possum makes the end of the cloak she's wearing that starts with the flowers on one side, goes up. Going back to what Shireen's saying, I do think that her eyes are so underdone that she actually almost looks like the mannequin for a portrait of two birds. But I'm going up. I'm definitely going to finalists.
Before we go back to you, I just want to point out the triangular composition from the tail to the flowers and up to the top. I also like the green and gold colour palette, which is very Australian, green and gold, which takes it away from any cultural type of bias. It's just saying Australiana. And obviously the waffling, the reference to the wing-tailed possum representing those animals that are perhaps on the level of extinction or need to be looked after. Back to, did you want to say something? Yeah, okay, go for it.
I just want to say something that hasn't been said before, because I really like this image, and I did score it in the semi-finalist range. But there are two things that have me baffled. One of them is that I feel like the tail of the possum just isn't resolved completely. It just doesn't look real, and everything else looks so real and so detailed. But it's just that tail. I get what Christopher's saying around how it finishes off that shape, and I love that about it. But then when I look at it, I'm like, but it doesn't look like it's really sitting there. And when you composite an image like this, it has to look believable because everything else is quite real. The other thing is, and I hesitate to say this because I actually like this about it, but why is there a blue budgie? Why can't the other budgie also be green and gold? Or pick up on the other tone? Like, why is that extra colour introduced? I just have a question around that, and I'd love if anybody can answer it. Great. I'm listening.
I think that blue budgie is just to hold a centre point, to be honest. That's bringing us directly right where we need to be. That's anchoring us into the centre. And I think if that was to be green and gold, it would just blend too much. I think adding that blue bird is exceptional. Like, it's leading us exactly where we need to be. I can see the issues that you've got in the tail there, but I don't think that's enough to bring me out of a finalist category. We're talking about, as we read off our finalist points here, exceptional visual and emotional impact, which we can all agree on. Highly original narrative, tick. Interpretation of a subject or aesthetic expression, tick. We've got superior level of technique, post-production skill and image quality, and outstanding quality for professional client or self-commission work. I think it ticks all those boxes. Let's bring it up.
Okay, you hold your score, you re-enter a 92. Please, everyone else can consider what they've heard. Oops. We've got a 91. Well done. We'll have a quick judge change. I've always wanted to do this. Mandarin and Katie, you can take a seat. And if I can have the Moyle brothers. Would you send a referee? One time only in Melbourne on a Saturday. The the Moyle brothers.
It's 106 miles to Chicago. It's done.
Put them together and you got turmoil. There we go. Judges, focus. We put our scores in.
We did.
Did you? Focus. Let's go, judges, focus.
You guys in there?
No.
Thank you.
And this print's going to score a 75, which is in the middle of commended. Are we happy with that? Do you want to talk about that? We're happy with that, are we? Well, challenge it. There you go.
Yeah, I had to count on my fingers, like if I was over the, you know.
You've got 7 fingers. Let's go.
Look, the reason that I'm rewarding this is because I'm actually being presented with something different. It's got movement, it's got a little bit of intrigue, and I actually quite really enjoyed it. I had a look through the shadowing, almost ghostly. That light changing is different, and it's kind of it's a little bit electric. I know that sounds fun. I don't mean that as a pun, but I actually quite like it. It's, you know, we ask for non-static poses. We're asking in the portrait section, and it is a portrait of a dancer, just presented in a different way to us, and I actually quite enjoyed it for that.
Let's talk to Smile.
Oh, cool. Okay. Yeah, I see the creativity in this, and it's a great idea. I think the thing that really got me, and while it is an element that is in a dance studio, the bar, and it really distracts me from the dancers. They're not resolved. I can't, particularly the left one's pretty strong, but by the time you get to the right-hand side with that vignetting, they're gone. And I just want it to be open more. I want to see more of the actual dancers and less of the light gimmick, for lack of a better word.
Thank you. Jacinta.
Yeah, I was just going to say to Shireen, it's Shireen, sorry. While it's amazing to be different, it needs to make sense. So I'm not connecting the storytelling here. Plus, the bar was a big thing for me, going straight through our subject. And it kind of looks like she's in enjoyment at the start, but then somber towards the end. So I'm not getting the storytelling with all the colour, but then those emotions that we're going through.
Okay, come back to Shireen.
Mm-hmm. So when you have a dancer's bar, often it is at that height. And if it's a small child, it is still at that height, whether it's a big person or small person. The fact that it's gone to purple could be that it's a sense of sadness, loss. She didn't make it. She wasn't good enough. You could take it on that story, and why it goes into darkness towards the end is because she was so excited when she started. She thought she was going to be the next, prima ballerina, whatever happened, and then slowly, as it goes on, she gets sadder and sadder sort of towards the end. So that's the story that I took from it. Purple often reflects that. In a colour of loss, or sadness. So that's where I took it, and I thought the bar is where it is because that is where the bars are usually, with ballet. So that didn't bother me at all.
Okay, well, Shireen's at the bar at 82. Where do you guys think it belongs? You get to score. Shireen, you hold your 82.
Do I have to put you down?
Yes, you do. Thank you. Print score 77. Commended print. Well done. Commended, yeah. Professional standard, high standard. That's good. Next print, please. This is the portrait category, sponsored by Nikon. Print score 71, commended. Everybody's pretty close to that 70 bracket. I'm going to go to Alan just to give us a couple of, maybe something that could help the photographer to improve.
I just feel there's a little bit of a disconnect happening between what's the story that's happening here with the face mask and the possum, the lack of clothing. It's all just not quite gelling together, and I also think possibly the paper choice, just to, bouncing that contrast up a bit more, would improve this.
Thank you, Alan. Next print, please. Print scores 81 and is a semi-finalist. Nobody can, we'll all spread around, but we're all around that score. We'll get a quick comment, please, from Jacinta.
I'm just going to echo what Andrew said earlier on an image that was really similar to this one in making more movement within those waves. So on a slow shutter, so making our subject still, but more movement within the waves would have elevated this a little bit more.
I just wonder if the scaling of the figure in the middle just appears to be too small, or the other one's too large. Am I right? No? You're happy with it? Okay. Forget what I said. It just felt a little bit too big. Yeah, it just felt like the scaling of it was just a little bit out, just a bit odd. Do we agree? Yeah. Okay. So I was right. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. There we go. This print scores a 75, right in the middle of commended.
I'm good with that.
You good with that? You happy? Okay. Let's have a comment then from Shireen. Thanks.
Me?
Yes.
Okay.
The quick one?
Yeah, okay. For me, probably it was just mostly I found disconcerting the colour on the face. Even though I wanted to kind of like it, I just found it disconcerting.
Thank you. Next print, please. Print score is 69, putting it just outside that professional standard that we're looking for to give it a commended. Thank you, Christopher. And if you can give us a comment that would help the photographer lift it just that little bit.
I'm going to be as constant as a Northern Star about this. Lighting technique is the first tool you must use on a portrait, and this is poor lighting technique. The face is not the centre of attention, it's the fingers. You've given her broad lighting, which is extremely unflattering, and she's muddy. So yes, lighting technique, it's almost ahead of posing.
Thank you. Next print, please. This is the portrait category at the Epson Print Awards as part of the Australian Photographic Prize Convention and Expo. That's a lot. They took a big vision from a couple of ladies. One of them's in the room, Karen. Hey, Karen, how are you? And a lot of help from a lot of friends behind the scenes. You'll see many of them walking around with the blue jackets. Make sure if you see them, say thank you. Buy them a drink. If it's Karen and Robin, buy them a bottle.
All three.
Print scores. 75. Right in the middle of commended. And everybody's in that range. Let's get a quick comment from Alan Moyle. Thank you, Alan.
Thanks. Great. It's really well printed. It's got great texture and tone through the whole image. I think one of our things we look at, like, it's great gaze, but with that distraction tree coming straight through the head is really sort of off-putting. But apart from that, it's a really well done image.
Thank you, Alan. Next print, please. Scores 74. Commended. Let's get a comment, if we can, please, from Bruce.
Microphone. Thanks to centre. Bearer of the microphone. I think the one thing that just took me out of this a little bit is the depth of field. While we love a good shallow depth of field, that metal's really important, and it's quite soft. I can't tell what it is. So a bit of lighting on that just to make it not pop as much and get a little bit more depth of field, just so we can read what that is, because it's obviously really important to this image.
Awesome. Thank you. Okay. Going to have judge change. I'm going to have Christopher Ian have a break and bring back Lisa, please. And let's have Bruce and Alan. And just sit. Oh, no, don't do too many at a time. Bruce, I'm going to get you to have a break. Thank you. Andrew, could you come back, please? I'm going to move this around a bit. It's that time of the afternoon. I just want to keep it fresh, so stay tuned. You'll be back on and off and on and off. Don't go too far, Bruce. Okay.
Oh, this is cosy. Snuggle up together. Yeah.
Let's get some scores in before the baby wakes.
Well, that's good.
So the baby looks like it's asleep for a while. Aren't they cute? Print scores 76, right in the middle of commended. Everybody within a couple of points of that score. And Lisa, had a couple of those along the way.
Definitely, yeah. It's a really beautiful photograph of a sleeping baby. The lighting is soft. It's probably a little bit bright on that hand, but just for the awards, we just need something that levels it up out of that professional practice. But this is a really strong, good professional photo.
Good professional print, yep. Excellent. Now we're going to do another judge change. This time we're going to move Jacinta and Alan. I'm going to bring back Katie and Kelly. Don't go too far because I'm going to keep moving these around, so stay tuned in. So, thank you. Print score 74, commended. All judges sitting in and around that space. Let's have a quick comment, please. Sorry?
Can I comment?
You can comment. Yes, you can, Andrew. I love that enthusiasm. Thank you.
So the eyes in this are lovely and they're arresting and they're powerful and it's bold. But the headpiece is just a little distracting. If that was a lot darker, we'd be sort of more tempted to raise our scores.
Thank you, Andrew. We'll do another quick judge change. Shireen, Courtney, if you'd come and join us. Courtney Holmes. Just get some nice fresh air and blood pumping, moving. Don't go too far. Next, let's have a look at this print. Thanks, judges. Apparently you haven't got through customs yet. Okay, we'll get on. Get the scores up. Yeah, I might just swap that.
You want me to come?
Yeah.
I can come back in.
I'll get you back in a moment, Courtney. And print scores 77. Right in the middle, yes, thank you, Andrew. You would like to challenge this, you're on 84.
Yeah, very much so, thank you. Really think this is a terrific family portrait. There's a wonderful pastel quality to the whole thing. The deliberate choices of the garments the photographer's obviously sat with his family and said, right, you need to wear this, this, this and this, and they've done that brilliantly, in my opinion. They've really controlled the environment. This is a bleak, harsh, could be very stark environment to shoot a family in, and yet they've managed to dial back the heavy contrast that would probably exist there and present this as a kind of a watercolour effect. Having done all that, we've then got all this strong, wonderful emotion. This family's having a great time. I'm going to ping him a couple of points for not telling the guy on the left to take some unnecessary bulges out of his pockets, because that really wasn't, gone this far and they missed that. But look, this is a terrific portrait. If this was my family, I'd be delighted to hang this on my wall.
Yep, okay. So, yeah, I see all of those things, but then I feel
confused and a bit let down by just the treatment is just a little bit heavy-handed for me. Like, I appreciate that it's quite high key and that they suit the background, but they're just almost too blown out or over sharpened or something. It's just that photoshopping finesse that's lacking for me to bring it into that range.
I'm happy to. Yeah, I'm kind of with you there, Katie. I think the lack of contrast like that, what you talk about, Andrew, is probably where the technique has been let down on the actual faces. The thing we need to look at, they're a bit of a blotchy mess to me. So unfortunately, I can't come up with you.
I'll go back to you, Andrew.
Sometimes you win and sometimes you don't. But this is a very contemporary piece. And I think, it's truly, this has been beautifully handled. Well done.
Thank you. You hold your score. Everyone else rescore. Thanks. Yes. And scores.
Can you get your score in again? Did I not do that? My bad. Which was 84, I think.
It was.
Thank you. Sorry, legacy of the previous life.
Print score 78 and is commended. And it's always good for the photographer to know that somebody thought their print was worth a semi-finalist, isn't it, Andrew?
It is, absolutely.
Next print, please. Print scores 82, semi-finalist. Yeah, thanks, Bruce.
Cool. Yeah, this is close to my heart. My cats do this. My big thing was, I suppose, it's just that little bit of lighting at the top and the treatment of the hind leg of the top cat. It was a little hard there. It sort of got lost. But yeah, I really applaud the photographer for this capture. I think it's a bit of fun.
Can I ask you to clarify for the photographer when you
Yeah.
say that bit of lighting at the top?
Oh yeah, so right at the top, like that, like those top tiles, just going a little bit further off the tone to the rest of the image.
Okay, thank you. Next print, please. Just to point out that the boys from KL helped us with some of the lighting here and the Godox lights we have at the bottom. So KL, a massive supporter, as of course are Nikon, who are sponsoring this category, the portrait category. How many people in the room shoot with the Nikon? That's the whole room. Shh, I got the microphone. We are lucky to have some sponsors who support us with great gear. Always there for us, and this looks like it's going to get a nice score. 83, semi-finalist. Well done. I'm going to challenge it. We've got a judge on 88 who's 5 points away, so they're not quite there. But there are 3 of you who've given it solid, and you can almost say 4 of you have given it a solid score in this category. So we might have a little bit of a chat and just see if it does make any difference or if it's where it should be. Bruce, you go first if you like. You gave it 85.
I gave it 85. Solid semi-finalist. I think this is a really great bit of communication, and it's not exactly obvious what it is straight off the bat. It's a porthole. You're looking at a person who's probably with a father or that fatherly figure, maybe going through something like, and then looking into the void. I think that black and that the way it's been cropped is actually really purposeful. I can't speak now. I need more coffee. It's something that needs to be there because this is where that person's going. We're not there yet. We're looking out into the next stage of life, and I think this is really well handled. Well done.
Let's just hear from Kelly. You're on 78.
I definitely appreciate what you're saying because I can see it's like, does to me looks like father and son and encapsulated in this sort of, or trapped with him in this void or whatever it was, that you said before, which I really did appreciate and enjoy. I think it's, for me, it just, that black background and the heaviness, it's just the technique in which it's been used to sort of cut and paste. It's just like been plonked on there, and I don't feel it has that level of finesse around it to go beyond an 85, and I'm not sure about all that excess black underneath. It's sort of, it's weighing me down a bit, and I'm not coming back up where I really want to be. So, yeah.
Katie, you're on 88. Yep,
Okay.
I'm with you. I'll come back to you, Katie. Lisa?
I think I've read this perhaps different to most of you. I see this as a metaphor for where we've all been, locked in, locked down, looking out, holding on to our dearest. Some of us couldn't hold on to our dearest during this time. Some of us were locked in with them. You can see his dad's breath on the glass. I'm not sure that the black helps, but when I look at this, I get a strong sense of how, certainly over in Western Australia, we weren't locked down as much as everybody else, but we were locked out. I couldn't see my family for 3 years, as many people couldn't. And it felt like we were looking out on a porthole on the rest of the world, and we were far away. Even though, we were apparently free, and, I'm grateful my kids were spared a lot of trauma that other kids weren't. But I see, in this image, I see a bit of a metaphor for holding on to our family, because many of us may have lost them during this time or were scared, terrified of losing them during this time. I might be reading something that is not there at all, but that's what hit me in the face when I saw this image. But the black part, I can't quite resolve, but the rest of it, that's what I saw.
Did you want to say anything? Yeah,
I did. I had a different interpretation on this one. I saw them as two drowning sailors in a U-boat that's going down. It's got that feel to it. Now, if that black was metal, you'd be screaming for gold, in my opinion. So I'm just going to throw that in there.
Yep. Okay, so I read the porthole as a metaphor, which has been already raised, and I think that's why the ambiguity is there with the black, because it's not supposed to be realistic. It's being used as a device so that we can draw our own story from it. And I love Lisa's interpretation, and I think it's so great we're talking about this, because this is a piece that can be interpreted in multiple ways. I see it more about caring for an ageing parent. And there's a joy in that, because you can, in that relationship, you're taking, helping the person that cared for you and brought you into the world. You're sort of taking that role on, and there's a beauty, and I see that very deeply in this image, but there's also a feeling of being trapped in that role, because it's incredibly hard. So this is tender and deep, and obviously, we've discovered, it can be interpreted in multiple ways. I'm really glad that Tony challenged it, because it's a powerful conversation, and I think, does that give us all the opportunity to rescore?
It does.
Yeah, so it's so great that we've been talking about it, because I think I'd like to bring my score up.
Well, I'm just going to add, the reason I challenged it is that I think, and it's all been said, and it's come out in that conversation, the metaphor that it provides, that at the core of a lot of pictures is raw emotion. And we talk about, in our scoring range, about being able to communicate raw emotion through ink on paper. And as you can see, for some it's very personal, for some it's a little less personal, but we can all relate to it in some way. And whatever the story you take from it, I don't think is as relevant as the power of the emotional communication coming through that, because I actually took this as a reflection on dementia or Alzheimer's. And to see, two men, probably father-son, and the father and the son's helping his father who's looking but can't see anything. So whatever the narrative that you draw, at the core of all of those different readings is the same emotion. And the hardest thing to communicate as a photographer is raw emotion that moves people physically. And I don't have to tell you, that has moved people physically. And some of you in the audience may be feeling similar to some of the judges because of personal experience. So when you score judges, yes, we do need to take into account, and appreciate Kelly's providing a little bit of a left brain objective viewpoint on it, but as all judging is, it's a weighing up of the emotional content, the technical content, the impact and all of that, and it's up to you as judges to decide at the end of the day when I put this image up, or it's in front of me, what has hit me the hardest? Have I noticed this over here, or has that been so loud I couldn't even see it? So it's up to you judges, you've had conversation, just take into account all you've heard and you score, and again, set where you think this belongs to be. Amazing what a bit of emotion does, isn't it? Well done, judges. And yeah, I get it. I get it. And we've probably all got people in the room that get it for different reasons. I'm going to give Katie a break. I'll get Charmaine to come in. And somebody who Katie knows well is going to give Katie a hug. And just get you to refocus, judges. Take a breath. In fact, judges, can you just stand up for me for a minute, please? Just do a turn around. And sit back down when you've turned around. Thank you. Grab a seat. Let's go. Let's do some judging. Sprint scores. Sprint's going to score somewhere in the 76, 77 as a commended. And I'm going to get a comment from Lisa.
I think this is just a delightful professional portrait. The photographer is to be commended for getting such a natural embrace between brother and sister. It's not as easy as it looks. Most brothers and sisters don't even want to touch each other. And these two, as a mother, you would just love this. And it's been beautifully lit and captured.
Thank you, Lisa. Next print, please. Judges. This print scored 75. 75, right in the middle of commended. Let's have a comment, please, from Kelly.
Yeah, sweet little portrait, beautiful little girl. There's something going on with the just the background and some of the retouching and some of those highlights sort of coming through seem like a bit out of place, but that sort of green off to the left side of her is getting a bit mishandled, so take a look at that.
Thanks, Kelly. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. Okay. Print scores 83. That's kind of like most judges seem to be comfortable with that. I'm actually going to challenge it because there's one judge has seen something that the others haven't, and as such has scored it differently. And given that the other scores would have pushed this a little higher, we'll just see what that is so that the print gets its fair hearing. So I'm actually going to start with Andrew, who gave it a high score, or one of the high scores, just to see what he felt. And we'll come back to you, and then we'll go over to Lisa.
Okay. First of all, I really wish this was bigger because it looks great on the monitor as well. But that said, the emotion and the content here is terrific. It's a great story. Everyone's got their little, telegram from the Queen or whatever it might have been, and they're having a great time. And it's so nice to see these, lovely old ladies enjoying themselves. Congratulations, woohoo! I got my ton. I made it. And then you sort of scan off to the right and there's an empty chair. And you think, oh, well, maybe one of them didn't. And so that story has been very well told. We've obviously been given the 100 Club, if you like. We've been given that. But, take that on board, read into it what you will. It's a pretty cool shot.
Okay, let's hear from Bruce.
Yeah, okay, I missed it completely. My thing was I just got caught up in the technicals. The hair just seemed to all just not be done really well. And I think it could be the issue with the size of the print, to be honest. Maybe it clears up with a bigger, we went for a landscape. And I didn't see as I said, I missed it. I just didn't see the 100, the Queen letters and the story of the empty chair. So thank you for pointing that out.
Good judgment. Lisa?
I don't know that I have too much more to add. I'm not too bothered by the hair disappearing in. The hair is unfortunately grey and they are unfortunately sitting in front of a white wall. I kind of felt that they'd handled the print really quite well. And the missing chair was the cincher for me. It was like, did someone nearly make it? Or it's left me asking some questions. And I just love the cheer in a couple of these ladies. They are stoked that they're 100. It's awesome. I would love to be that way.
Sure. Yeah, loved it. I saw the missing chair, the chair empty. I saw the Queen letter. But I just felt the background for them could have been more nostalgic. I'm not sure why the white background. Something more nostalgic. It just was clinical to me. But other things I love, and I'm happy to go up a couple of points, but I just felt the background's very clinical.
Maybe they're in the hospital still. I challenged it, so you all get to rescore. But take into account, what you did here. I agree, there are some very, some technically could have been done better, but wow, what a great story. The humour and the layout and that hidden narrative that's in there. So let's see what we end up with.
So I can rescore.
Yes, you can rescore because I challenged it. I just thought that was what had happened, and I just wanted to give it a chance to come out.
No, thank you.
Okay, we have an 86. Which, for these ladies, was 14 years ago. That's great judging. And I just compliment the judges who, when they do get something pointed out, can acknowledge it, because no one judge sees everything. And that's why we have 5 judges of a mixed experience and different types of genres that they work in. They've all shot portraits, but they've all done them in different ways. So they get the opportunity. Sometimes when they're sitting there, they might just miss it. I sure miss things sometimes. So if someone else can point it out and they agree with it, they will change their score. And if they don't agree with it, they can explain why. Print score is 72. Everybody's within 2 points of that score, so you're all fairly in agreement. Lisa, thank you.
Yeah, I think this would have benefited from a little bit of fill back into Dad's face, because it's about the joy that they're sharing with their new baby. And just watch when you're brightening the eyes that you don't go the white's a little bit too bright and scary. But it's a beautiful moment.
Good tips. Thank you, Lisa. Next print, please. One of Australia's best family photographers, so take her tips on board wisely. Actually, we've got some amazing portrait photographers in this room. It's like the who's who. Look at it. I'm humbled. Look at it. Amazing. Okay, we have a score of 75, right in the middle of commended, and I would just quickly ask for someone who's not chewing on chocolate, Lisa, you were the only one who wasn't.
Yeah, look, it's beautiful colour palette. The lighting may be perhaps a little bit flat. I just wanted to see something more in her expression. She just looks a little bit bored or expressionless, but everything else comes together nicely.
Thank you, Lisa. Quick judge change. Charmaine, Courtney, could you take Charmaine's place, please? Alan, can you come and kick your brother out, please? Can you judge his piece first? Can you come back?
Oh, I'm back.
Alan just said he cannot possibly fill your boots.
It's true.
Can I judge it? Okay, Jacinta, could you please come in and
Sorry, I can't do
judge?
that one either.
For those who are wondering what's going on in the audio or on live stream, when a judge recognises or feels that they are too close to a print, or perhaps the photographer, or if they happen to look at it and realise that it's their own, we do ask them to step back quietly, and we just replace them with another one of our highly accomplished and skilled judges who seamlessly step in and provide the score that's required. You know, what I love is to see a judge who kind of knows that they might have to speak, so they've already reached for the microphone. They're sitting calmly on their lap. Print scores an 85. Yes, Andrew, you can challenge, 92.
Thank you. Well, 85 is a great starting point, isn't it? Look, this is a terrifically quirky, unique, fun, sliding doors kind of image of what could be, or if you put yourself in someone else's shoes. With this family, it's treated very originally. What I love is the fact that the dog is there for everyone and doing something different for everyone, because obviously dogs react differently to everyone. I mean, my son has a dog, but it sits on my lap. Why does the dog sit on your lap, Dad? Because I feed it and water it and, all that stuff. And obviously, the dog's reacting differently to people, but it's also probably asking some questions about what's happened to my family, because they're all mixed up and jumbled. Colour palette's terrific. You've got pops of colour just where you need it. You've got just the right expressions to carry this off, and I'd like to commend the photographer. Great job.
Thanks, Andrew. Courtney, you were sitting at 78.
Definitely listening to what Andrew is saying, for sure. I think the reason why behind this sort of has lost me. Color palette wise, I kind of see the pops of color, but they're just I'm not sure I'm in the 90s range. Maybe I could probably go up a little. I think that for me, some of the visual changes in the body types, and just like the sizing of the legs and the sizing of the middle section and the sizing of the top section could have been done better to make it more seamless, and then therefore it would have been stronger for me. But I'm certainly listening to what's being said.
Let's listen to Kelly. What Kelly's
Yeah, because I wanted to ask, because I'm on 86, and the only reason I didn't go above 90, and I want you to tell me if I can't, not seeing it quite correctly. I feel like the top section has ever so slight printing, some banding issues in the two frames in the middle. And I've had another look, and I'm not sure, and if someone...
I think that's the page itself.
Yeah. But just... Okay, well then, cool. So to even... to address some of the things you've said, because of the proportions feel a little bit out and a bit skew-if, like... I agree with what Andrew's saying about the quirkiness of it and its originality, and it's not meant to be perfectly aligned with someone's body. The fact that, some middle torsos are bigger and some legs are bigger or smaller, for originality and the colours and everything, it's unusual. If that's the case, then I will definitely go into the 90s with you.
Lisa?
I didn't see the banding. I went and had another look, and I couldn't see any banding there. What I particularly love about this, it's not meant to be a harmonious colour palette. It's meant to be a way to show three different sides of every person in this family. So you've got Dad, he's a bit pissed and over life there. I'm thinking he's also the fireman. And then maybe he's got that dog actually behaving because he's the pack leader in the family. You've got Mum, she's got her hair rollers in, she's a little bit tired. I'm thinking perhaps she's the corset with the cookbook. She likes to think that she's still, hot stuff in the middle there, and so on and so forth. So there's the more you look at it, you can read a little bit about all of their personalities, yet by presenting them this way, they are still a family, they are still linked, and even the dog gets 4 personalities in this one. So it needs to have a beige background because the outfit choices needed to be about them rather than toning in the colours together. It was not meant to be something that blends in my mind's eye. It's meant to show this family as they are and as they see themselves and perhaps as they're seen. So, yeah.
Okay, back to you, mate.
Well, I think there's a lot being said here, which is terrific, and thank you for that. The thing is, I guess, a family of individuals, they're all different, right? And so they're literally, in each other's shoes just for this moment. And I guess it gives them a chance to get to know each other a little bit, even though they're disconnected. And with that, and that gorgeous little costume in the bottom right-hand side on the dog. I don't know if you got that one. But I'd strongly encourage you guys to put this in the finals. It'll look great on the big screen.
All right, judges, if Andrew, you resubmitted 92. This print now scores a 90. Just on the papers, I was privileged enough to go to where they make cats on paper and have done for hundreds of years, and went in to see and Charmaine was with us, and Peter Rossi was with us. And we went in to see the big machines where they do the pulping, and then they roll it out on rolls. So as it comes out, it can have that, before it dries the pressing, it has that sort of line that runs through it, you know what I mean? And it does look like that, but if you look at it, it's running through everything. It's just the texture. It's very, very subtle, and you don't often see it, but that's partly what it is in those textured papers.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, sorry.
It's all or nothing in here.
Do this and I freeze, and then... Okay. Alan, your score, there it is, it's come through. Okay, we have a 77. And are we happy with that? Yeah, you sure? Yes, you may. Thank you. So we've got a 77, a commended, and Kelly's going to offer some suggestions.
I just would have, the subject is wonderful. I would have loved less of the same expression on the left side. There's probably 3 or 4 that look very, very similar. Just show a bit more variety or show less of that. I really like the placement. It works quite well, but yeah, take that into consideration too.
Okay, thank you. We'll get another print. Thank you. Next print. This print scores 68, just outside that professional benchmark. If I can get a comment, please, from Alan.
Yeah, with this one here, look at your cropping. Also look at working. You're possibly overworked the eyes a little bit more, brought them about a bit too bright, a bit too unnatural, and possibly just your lighting as well.
Yep. I just compliment the photographer on their ability to get a true connection with their subject, which is probably one of the hardest skills in portrait photography. Well done. But yeah, take those tips on board from Alan. You'll get up there into that professional range. Next print, please. Print scores 67. Again, just sitting outside that professional benchmark. Let's get a comment, please, from Lisa on what could be done to lift it.
I absolutely love their use of the light here. They've seen a beautiful spot here. Unfortunately, that boy being out of focus in front just loses the shot. I get the moment. If you'd managed to get him in focus, not even paying attention, it would have just been that perfect disordered family portrait. But well seen with that light. It's gorgeous for something different.
Thank you, Lisa. Next print, please. Print scores 75. Right in the middle of commended. I think I like it for the reasons that Lisa liked it, but there was obviously still a few things to do there to improve it. Just that lighting is a little bit in the wrong direction, so maybe have a bit more control on that. It's a bit flat in the front corner, so we need a little bit more modelling of the light, which will bring it out. But a lovely moment and very quirky sense of humour. I love it, and very, very true to reality. The way Big Brother's look at it. Okay, next print, please. Print scores 70. It just comes into that commended range. Let's have a quick comment, if we can, please, from Kelly as to what could be done to lift this.
Yeah, we've mentioned it a few times with paper choice. Have a look at that. It's super contrasty, this sort of luster surface, but I mean the environment looks quite amazing, and he looks like a pretty special subject to photograph, but it's just that sort of, he's not quite engaged with what he's doing, he's sort of looking off and a little bit disjointed.
Okay, let's have a quick judge change. Andrew, if you take a break, and let's have Jacinta back, please. And also, can I have Charmaine in for Lisa? print score is 73. Yeah, I was just waiting to see what everyone else was going to do. You're happy with that? Would you like to challenge? Yes, you can. Go for it.
That's good. This print 82. I think it's a lovely, bold print. I quite love the expression of the little girl, the cape around her face. The eyes are full of life. I like the soft grain texture to the image. I think this is a beautiful image. There's a couple of things I could do. I think would suggest to make it a bit better, but I think it's a beautiful image.
Okay. Can I have a comment, please, from Kelly on 68?
Yeah, again, beautiful subject. I think it's to the contrary to what you're saying. I feel like it's been overworked. The print is quite flat. It's very, very big. Just the framing at the bottom with some of the sleeve maybe perhaps coming through, and just that sort of around the jacket. It's kind of cropped a bit awkwardly, and it's sort of taking away from. She's got beautiful eyes, no doubt about it, but compositionally, I don't feel like it's very strong at all.
Get a comment from someone in the middle.
I can add to that. I would agree with a lot of what's just been said, but I would add as well. To me, the focus really landed on that front part of the jacket, and I felt like the photographer spent a lot of time trying to make the eyes be more in focus than they actually were.
Back to you, Charmaine.
Yeah, I saw those things as well, but I felt it could be a grainy film used. I thought there was a really pleasing, eye-catching portrait.
Okay. You hold your score at 82, and everyone else can rescore it as they see fit. You got to enter your score of 82 again, thanks. And this print scores same score. 74. Okay. Next print, please. And it's always nice for the photographer to know that somebody else.
Absolutely.
Don't enter your scores, guys. Just
do you all remember the scores from the last one? Yep. Can you just relate to the scores from the last one? Yeah.
thanks, judges.
One job, one job.
Oh, we did it twice. 2 jobs.
74. Commended range, everybody pretty close to that. Let's have a quick comment, please, from Jacinta.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful baby here. But just one thing to me that was really jarring was the hand of Dad. Sort of brought it back down to me. And there's a few highlights on baby's hand, both babies' hands. Crop a little bit in closer so the focus is more in on baby.
I'll just add as a rule of thumb, when you look at the print, if the print looks heavy, but the image and the content and the message is about softness and gentleness, then just try to get congruency in the finish on your print to match the emotional content of the print. Score 74, everybody very close to that. Alan, can you give us a reason why this is in the professional bracket and what will be done to it?
I think we're just a little bit too closely cropped to the bottom, so cropping that frame out, just cutting it off. I think the softness of light really does suit this, and maybe just look at your paper choice to give us a bit more contrast, a bit more bang.
Okay, thank you. Next print, please. Print scores 87.
That's me.
I was going to challenge it. There's a 92. If you didn't, I would have.
Yeah, this is an exquisite. There's words, I can't say them. Exquisite piece of art and portraiture. It's almost sort of godlike in that sort of representation. It's definitely got a spiritual kind of look happening. The sharpness and crispness that is coming through the image, and the skin tones that have been produced, and the styling, all that kind of stuff that is happening around this, and especially when you get that sort of triangle composition that's sort of happening. It's just amazing, and that halo of, almost lace-like material, it is beautiful. So I think we should definitely be coming up into that finalist category.
Well, everybody likes the image. Let's go to Jacinta's on 82.
Yeah, I agree with everything you said, but just a few technical things that didn't bring me up into the finest category was how we're so sharp around the edges, but then we go really soft on that, what's the lace that's around, or like a doily sort of thing, which didn't make sense to me on why that was done. It wasn't real, like it just didn't feel believable to me, and it's really over sharp on the point at the top and the highlights that are standing out, and then also the fingertips that are going into the ear on the left. Sort of just those final just little things brought it down a little bit for me. Otherwise it's a beautiful image.
Courtney, you liked it on 88?
Yeah, I'm listening to both sides. Sort of in the middle there, what Jacinta said about just that kind of believability of it. That's where it's just felt like it was, it almost felt like illustrative, like just so done. I'm not sure. Exactly, she said it all exactly what I was thinking as well. That's the reason why I didn't go up into the 90s. But I love all of the symmetry and everything as well, the story and the color harmony as well. I think that's stunning. So yeah, I'm sort of in the middle.
Yeah, I'm probably the same as Jacinta with the fine finesses. I was strong, very high. What has it got here? Level of technique, post production. But there's a couple of hot spots on the top of there with the crown, on the hands there, around the doily. So I sort of was quite happy with where I was as a semi-finalist at 86.
Anyone else? I'm just going to add, no one's mentioned it, but I'm being drawn to a possible narrative around non-gender specificity. It's an interesting portrait because there's no strong bias towards male or female here. I love that central symmetry that runs through the middle of the picture, and we can see each side slightly different. One arm's decorated slightly different, even the doily coming down the torso is slightly on one side. So there's kind of like this, everything's very close to that middle neutral. The colour palette supports that. It's such a neutral colour palette. It's not one way or the other. So I think for me there's a very strong narrative that's been done to this picture, which in this style doesn't always come through as a powerful narrative. It's more of it's a nice design and things like that. So they're the things I would look at, asking you to consider as well. Back to you.
Yeah, that's what I was going to bring in, the androgynous nature of the image as well, and addressing some of those points too, especially with that sort of the focus that's sort of right behind the head. I actually think that helps lead that depth, get the image a bit more depth. It is a fairly flat image, but if that was fully sharp, it would be very, very flat. Whereas this actually gives us a little bit more dimensionality to the image. So I think that on top of everything that Tony has sort of just put in there as well, and I think this should be up in that next category.
Okay, you hold your score at 92, and everyone else can consider what they've heard. Is it a finalist or is it not? It's a semi-finalist. And it is a finalist. Isn't this exciting? You learn so much, and everybody adds that little bit to it. Next print, please.
I just didn't make it up, that made sense.
I was making it all up.
Print score is 75, right in the middle of that professional band of commended prints. Everybody's reasonably close to that space. Let's have a quick chat from Jacinta, who was sitting on 76.
Yeah, beautiful colour tone. This is gorgeous. Just one thing that I would probably fix is, I don't know if it's the wrap or if it's the bow from the bonnet at the back behind baby's hand. I would get rid of that.
Thank you. Okay, let's have, I'm going to get Katie and Shireen to come in, and Courtney and Kelly, you guys can have a little break. Thank you.
No, thank you.
No, thank you. Can I borrow that? Remember that one? Thank you. Print's going to score 79. 79, and no one can challenge it, so we're going to do it here because it's going to come back later. Let's talk about it. Let's get this one sorted one way or the other. Let's start with you, Katie. You gave it 82. You thought it was a semi-finalist.
Oh yeah, like it's delightful. I mean, so many little things like the stockings hanging down too low. You know, the sort of the slight. Well, I think obviously there's a nappy, but also it's like they've sunk. You know, and the little sort of stance with the funny lopsided feet, and the fact that this expression on this little kid is so cute. It is unreal. It's like, you know, what happens if I stick my finger in this bird's mouth? And the chicken's like, oh, God. You know, here we go again. Like, obviously this little toddler is so comfortable holding a chicken. Like, I can't think of many. I mean, my kids would never have held a chicken. They would have been like, running away from it. Like, this kid's just, it's such a beautiful portrait of toddlerhood and a particular type of lifestyle. It just says so much about this kid, but also this kid's life. And yeah, I think it's unique.
Hey, Shireen. 175.
Yeah, no, you know what? I really like hearing what you've said, Katie, and I'm actually willing to go up with you.
Let's have a listen to Jacinta. You gave it 81.
Yeah, I pretty much just echo Katie. I absolutely loved it. It's beautiful. It's in the moment. It's in the natural environment. It's quirky. That expression is priceless. Everything is in focus. The tonality is beautiful. The printing is superb. Let's bring it up a couple of points.
Back to my chance.
Back to you.
Who did I let Charlie say? Look, I just think if you've chased kids long enough, you know that as much as these shots look like they're lucky, they're hard work and they're 1 in a million. And if you can get it like that, Anyway, it's up to you judges what you do with it. Rejudge. Everybody can rejudge. Yep, we got there. So done. That's semi-finalists now with an 83. I think any parent, that's the sort of photo that you want your pretty ones, but you definitely want a few of those to have as well when they're little.
Yeah, and that face will be there.
Okay, next print. Print scores 72 in the commended range. Can I have somebody offer a comment, perhaps Jacinta, that could lift this?
Yeah, I think we've got a great concept happening here, and definitely revisit it. Just be careful with your lighting, because we've got a lot of colour difference between the image, especially in the shadows of our subject on the right, in her arm on the right, and the back of the bath, and then we've got really bright highlights on that leg that's touching the face. So just play with it again.
Yeah, it's just a little bright, isn't it? Really?
Yeah, just a little bit bright. Yeah, that's right. Yep.
All right, next print, please. Print score 75. Right, the commended range. Quick comment from Alan, please.
Yeah, really well captured the newborn dance, as I like to call it, the arms going up and around and having a good time. I just feel like it's a little bit more expression towards the camera, just so we can see a little bit more of what's sort of happening. But yes, really beautifully lit. Yeah, well done.
Thank you, Alan. Next, next print, please. I'm so decisive, aren't I? Yes. This is the portrait category, sponsored by Nikon. For those of you in the Northern Hemisphere, Nikon. Nikonos. For those of you in a submarine, Nikonos. Sprint scores 70. Commended range. Can I get a comment, please? It doesn't score 70. We don't know. It scores 68. Still adding it up. 67. Okay, let's get a comment, please, if I can, from Charlotte.
Yeah, I think I like the landscape version of it, but the plane above the mother's head is not working at all. And I would like more connection with the two of them. What's happening? It's a little bit disjointed, disconnected. Maybe there's too much sky.
Yeah, and I just suggest the background is the sharpest part of the image, and the people in the foreground are soft. So just, get that sort of lined up. It makes a little more sense. Okay, next print, please. Print scores 70. Again, all judges very close to that. Let's get a comment, if we can, please, from Jacinta.
Yeah, just be careful with, there's quite a lot of banding and colour difference going on, especially around our subject, a lot of red tones in the backdrop. That could be through the fine art backdrop, but just be careful with that when editing and when printing. And also your floor. So if it's distracting, either move further back and cut out the floor completely, or move your position a little bit more. Yeah, that's right.
Using 8 bit instead of 16 bit, or using JPEGs and things like that. So just quality of files will take a big step. I'm going to do a judge change. Could I please ask Charmaine and Jacinta to take a break? Can I have Mandarin and Bruce back, please?
My old brothers are back.
Print scores 72. Everybody pretty much smack on that. Let's have a quick comment from Alan. This looks exactly like what the sort of thing you would love to have taken.
Really, really well seen. Great idea and execution in how you put this together. I think it was just again, photographing in bright sun, a bit difficult. I think we just need a little bit more emphasis on the composition, a little bit more story to tell us a little bit more what's actually happening.
Thank you. I do like the repetition of the circle and the ball. That's kind of nice, isn't it? Next print, please. Print scores 84 and is a semi-finalist straight up. Now we did this before, we had one outlier, so I'm going to challenge it because you've got 3 people sitting sort of above it. So I'm going to hear from the 2 highest and the lowest, just so we can get some balance. Mandarin, we'll start with you as to why you gave it an 88.
Superb composition and expression on everyone's faces. The crisscross of the poles with the fish, perfectly placed. The only reason I didn't go up higher was I would have liked it to have been a little smoother in the tonality. I found it a little grainy, so to speak.
Okay, Bruce, you were at 73.
Yeah, I thought this was professional practice, but I didn't go up into the semi-finalists because of the editing. There's lots of halo fringing everywhere through this image, and that was just took it out for me. I think it's really close to being there, and I love everything in it, but technically I just couldn't go up to that space, and yeah, that's where I'm at.
Who else have we got? Katie, you gave it 88.
So I feel similarly to Mandarin. I see some editing issues as well, but I don't see halo fringing. I see just like the sky's been worked on a fair bit, and I don't dislike it, but it's a bit distracting, and I kind of wish that it was just a little smoother and that the subjects were sort of standing out a little more against the. There's a lot of detail in the sand as well, and I feel like I want them to stand out a little bit more. So there's subtle things, but I think the image is really powerful, and those subjects have just been handled so well. That's why I scored it where I did.
Okay. Yep.
I guess past all of that, again for me, what I first looked at is probably all the expressions on their faces, and it's the power within the image of each individual person within this image has got a different expression, subtle but different, and it makes me think, will I remember this image tomorrow? Is it a bit memorable? Is it something that each one of those people, I could imagine a story and what they're going through from each of those people. So for that reason, actually, I think I'm coming up more.
Yeah, I was going to add, for what it's worth, because it wasn't mentioned, is the narrative of culture, the narrative of tradition, of traditional lands, of family, and of a pride that I can see in their faces and in the stance, the low, getting down a little bit lower, having them rise up above the horizon a little more. To me, that just smacks of power and pride and, pride in where they are and what they do. So anyway, we've had the chance to talk about it. You guys all get to rescore it. And as I said, I challenged it because when there's one outlier sitting there that pulls the others out of being able to challenge, that's what I'm here for, to be able to give you that chance. So you've had some discussion. Let's see where you want to put it. Everybody can rescore.
That's me.
Sorry?
I'm outlier.
No. That's
He is.
He's wearing it.
Alan says yes. Let's focus. What did we get? We've got And everyone's doing carry the 4, divide by 5. 88, 86? 86. And again, it's about provoking the discussion, and it's a shame to miss out when we can see 3 of you were very strong on it. I'm ready. Kelly, are you happy for a minute? Do you want to come? Next print, please.
Stay if you want to go.
I could do with a break in a moment.
Okay.
So
You let me know when
give
you're
me this one and then I'll go and we'll just sit here together.
Have you kept the pace?
We've done a good pace, Robin said. 2.5 per print. Thanks, Mandarin. Did you put that little? You did. Look at that. We got a 77. Solid profession. Commended. Bruce is nodding. Bruce, you're nodding because you agree. You agree because, tell us, why did it get a 77?
No, it's a fun and interesting, solid choice. I think the how it's interesting how he feels very elongated. It's maybe something, I don't know, lens choice and that, but overall not too distracting. And the technique applied to make it feel painterly is kind of fun.
It's almost reminiscent of a couple of centuries old type of portrait painting where they would distort a little bit. Yep, next print, please. Actually, before we do that, can I have a judge change, please? Hold on. I've written some notes. I'm trying to do it one at a time. So let's have. I'm going to move you boys off again. Sorry. And I'm going to leave you out. Moving Jacinta back and Christopher in. Would you come in, please?
Can I get some air?
Sorry? Is there in here? Ooh, comment. Comment. All right, next print. This print will be a semi-finalist with a score of 81. And we have a challenge from Mandarin on 87.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is really cool. It tells a story of all the activities and the life that this little boy has, you know, popping the bubble gum in his mouth. He's just hanging loose, just showing us, you know, what he's got, what his medals, his games, his sports. And I'd love to hear from the other judges.
Let's hear from Christopher.
As a fan of those exploded images where they get jets and put all the missiles out and all the carriage that goes with a piece of machinery, I do love this style. I just feel the background being grey is so depressing, and that the shadows of some of those objects are not coming from the same direction, so whether they were added later on. So to me, it's half worked.
Okay, we did have a couple of people up there, so 82. Katie, you liked it. What have you got to add?
Yeah, I liked it. I really appreciate this type of imagery as well, and I think that, you know, showing a whole person's life, it's a record. It's you know, the things that we do, the foods that we love, the games we play, who we are is just as important as the way we look. And this is a story of this kid, and I love that. I see like weird perspective shifts across the objects. You know, like, yeah, maybe they've been added, some of them have been added in later, or some of them have been moved around to create the placement, but it's just not quite finessed. I wish that it was, because if it was and it was immaculately perfect, then I would go way up there, but I find it weird to look at because of that. And the background, I don't mind that, because I think it needs to be quite neutral with all that busyness going on. It sort of draws you in and takes you around the image, so that's not at all an issue. I definitely think it's worthy of semi-finalist for its innovativeness, which is also a word.
Thanks, Katie. Shireen, what can you add?
It's just a real quick one. When you're doing images like this, for me, I like a nugget. I like to go up and get a little extra story or a little something that really makes me go, wow. Then for me, that's Mandarin when I would go up to that next level. But for me, this feels like a beautiful, literal kind of story of this young boy's life. But that's where it kind of stops from there.
Can you back to you, Mandarin?
Okay. Hey, all these are really valid points, and I hope the photographer is taking all these on board, because keep working on this genre, because it's very cool, and if you do finesse it, it would most likely be a finalist without an issue. Having said that, I think his expression is so spot on, and the popping of the bubble gum is the little cookie perhaps that you're looking for, Shireen. It's the final, the finesse of the story, that he's sort of laying there with the ball in his hand and he's just popped his bubble gum, like, this is me, this is my life, how cool is this, I'm hanging loose. So I'd love to see it get a few more points.
Thank you. You hold your score, re-enter at 87. Thanks, Mandy, and everyone else can rescore. I was looking for your blanket. Print scores 82. And Kelly's going to come back now. She's finished speaking. Have a quick upgrade on the chair. You go to 105, I'll keep going. Because I know that you're... Downgrade again from you. Will be a semi-finalist with a score of 81. Challenge with an 88. Thank you. That's how it is. Challenge.
When people do portraits, I'm sure there are other frames which are designed for the client, frames that are expressive but flattering. This is probably the frame the client didn't even see, because it's expressive. The child is concerned, this is going to be my parent. How did I luck out? Because basically what it's saying is the child is holding the baby. In other words, there's so much, pen work on that person that shows you that he loves this style of artwork, but the child almost looks like the serious adult, pulling it back. There are elements in here which are just gold too. You look at what's on the man's forehead, it leads you straight down to the subject. You look at the skull beside the baby, it's almost the same size, it's perfect. But then you look at the gentle touches where this gentleman's just cradling it with his hands, the most fragile animal, his own child. So I think this is a beautiful portrait, and what a contrast in humanity.
Okay. Let's go to you, Jacinta.
Yeah, I really wanted to love this image more, but there's quite a few technical things that are going on where I'm losing Dad's arm to the right, and I think cropping that bottom off because it's not very flattering with the belly right at the base, not too much space above Dad's head, and I think all of our attention really is in the hands. I think all we need is that baby in Dad's hands with all those tattoos. We don't need the whole figure there. I think it would be more powerful being just literally cropped really, really tight in Dad's hands. Nothing else is needed.
Yep. I really like what you said. I wasn't quite where you are, but I'd like to bring my score up based on what you've said. But the way I interpreted it was a real story of family, of genetics, because what I see in the baby's face is like an intensity. And I photograph a lot of newborns and a lot of babies myself, and there are certain types of babies that just are very alert, and you never know, of course, as a photographer, whether that baby ends up being a particularly intense child or adult. You never really find that out, I guess. But I guess I've also seen that in my own children. Sometimes qualities that newborns have, you sort of see that come through in certain traits. And the way this tiny baby is eyeballing the camera, I don't see a concern. I just see like this baby is there. He or she is present in life in a way that a lot of newborns aren't. And then I see this dad who clearly has an intense personality. Like nobody who's kind of just meandering through life would ever get, that kind of tattoo coverage. Like this is an intense human with intense viewpoints, and there's his child who shares some of his traits. And I actually think the belly is great. Like I'm a bit bothered by the darkness on the right. That was what sort of brought me down. But the belly's great. Like this guy doesn't care about his belly hanging out. Like he's got way more important things to think about than that. Like he probably would have chosen this. It shows him he's proud of who he is. He has to be. Look at him. So I see a really strong family story here, which is powerful and beautiful. It's just that dark area on the right which is letting it down for me and keeping my score slightly lower.
Quickly.
I see it as the baby's got a fierce look, and he's like, if you mess with me, you mess with my dad. It's an incredible expression, and that's why I scored it semi-finalist. I don't mind the shadows on the right because there's enough story in the man's tattoos. I just wish they were a little bit crisper.
I'm just going to add that couple of things. First of all, we don't know that's the dad. It could actually be the grandfather. Just a thought. Because, trust me, all granddads don't look that old.
Sorry.
That's okay. But the thing that's poignant, I think, is the powerful piece of communication of what is, as we all tend to assume, a tough, rough type of character. But the gesture of the body, the posing of the body, where he's bowed his head, and the cradling of the baby, that alone is that this child, a newborn baby, that's what they do to the toughest of us. That they bring you back to that soft heart. And that, for me, is the most powerful part of this message. That child, without doing anything, has brought out a side of this character, father, grandfather, uncle, whoever it is, or family member, in a way that perhaps no one else could. But anyway, back to you.
The photojournalist in me loves the idea this is split lighting and not an attempt at studio lighting, because deep shadows, like the right-hand side, they have fear in them. We hate black shadows, it gives fear. But what I like is the baby's more than 3/4 into the light while he's split. If you drew a line down his nose bridge, that's the split in his life, but the baby is the hope. It's turning into the light. When you turn people into the light, you're giving them hope. You turn them into the darkness, they usually got issues that they're dealing with. So I think the baby's the hope, and I think, as you were saying, this is the gentle side of a man who perceivably wants to be perceived as a certain person, but he has the same human traits as any parent or godfather or grandfather.
Okay. You hold your score at 88. Everyone else can score accordingly as they see fit. His print. Oh. He's folded up his box. I'm done. Thank you. We have an 85. And quick judge change. Alan for Jacinta. Thanks, Jacinta. Alan, come in. And a chair upgrade to Kelly.
Thank you
Was he right, Bruce? Focus, judges.
judges. We have a score of 88. Well done. All right, we have two of our judges in 90. So I know Mandarin has the microphone. She's pretty keen to get this challenge started.
Yeah, this image is exquisite. We do have a really beautiful composition. We've got a very subtle shaft of light in the background that's drawing our attention to the subject. The expression on the parent and the child is just superb. The placement of the baby's hands, the folds of the fabric, the colour palette, the paper choice, the shadow detail, the placement of the bowls. There's nothing to fault. It's definitely finalist worthy, and I'd love to hear from the other judges.
Thank you, judges. Shireen, can I get a comment from you, please, on 87?
Yes. You can. And the comment is, I actually agree, it's very explicit. I do. I like it more and more and more. And the more I'm resting on it, the more poignant it's becoming. I think the thing that's really standing out for me is the absolute authenticity in the expression of the mother to the child, and the gentle holding. So honestly, I don't need much talking to come up into that, find this range, which is beautiful.
Thank you. Alan?
I do agree with everything that's kind of been said, but one of the things that's kind of weirding me out a little bit is the mother's hand. It just seems unusually large. It just does not seem in proportion for the rest of the image. So that just might be my perspective, but if I look at the size of the hand compared to faces, it just seems out. So I'm not sure if there's something there I'm missing, or...
Katie, please.
I don't think we should be handist, because some people just have big hands, and as someone with very small hands, I would wish my hands were bigger sometimes, so it could just be that simple. But jokes aside, I do think this is a beautiful image, and I agree with everything that's been said. But there are two things that I would really love to hear addressed. One of them is that it looks like a studio image to me. It looks like it's been constructed in a studio, and there are some objects obviously put in place. But this is sort of a homage to, you know, the Dutch master painters, right? And the images that it reminds me of are mostly in a home, and I just want there to be something to ground it into a room rather than this slightly artificial space, which, don't get me wrong, there's nothing bad about it. It's just that it's another element that would have really lifted this for me into a true homage. Whereas I feel like this is like, 80% there. And the other little thing is that I really don't like the lighting on the baby's face. I want there to be that extra attention to detail with another light source to just light up the baby's face, because the profile is in shadow. And I just keep looking back at it because the connection's really beautiful, but the mum is so perfectly lit and then the baby is not. And I know that I can see it's directional, but it's bothering me. So those little things are important when you're bringing something into the finalist range.
Okay. Christopher, would you like to add something?
I just love the way you've treated the whites of the costume. They've got a certain three-dimensional feel. The textures there are amazing. You have amazing skill in bringing detail back into white. And the other thing is, which is so unlike me, the technician wants to tip her head the other way, but then that would be too manicured. I think tilted this way shows an inquisitiveness with your subject, your baby. I think this is exquisite.
Thank you, judges. Mandarin.
Okay, great comments. And just to address them, I'm guessing that besides the fact that the hand could be a physicality thing, the tilt of the lady's head, which slightly foreshortens it, could contribute to the hand looking slightly large. I don't find that an issue. I just think it draws our attention to the cute little bottom, which is just, it's gorgeous. It's perfectly placed. The baby's perfectly placed. With the lighting on the child's face, if you actually, the first thing I saw was the whites, the eyeballs of the child, and I thought there was just enough light to draw me into that, so I could see the expression on the child. With regards to the placement, the background, and wanting more context, I don't think it needs it. I think there is enough there with all the beautiful texture in the garments, the patterns in the garments, the perfect placement of the folds in the sleeve. I think we've got everything we need to put this in the finals, and I'd love to see it there.
Okay, judges. Now, I've seen you all go up and look at this multiple times, and you've got a lot of different elements to consider here. I just want to point out one thing that may be drawing your eye to the hand would be because the thigh of the baby is brighter than both of their faces. And when we use light to draw the viewer's eye to the main element, the main subject, these are things that we need to consider and how we can control those best. It is your job to obviously fit this print within the scoring range that you see fit. If you could please go ahead and re-enter your scores. Mandarin, if you could keep yours at 90. Thank you, judges. We have a finalist score of 90. What we love the most is that we get not just 5 but 6 sets of eyes when we are looking at these prints, because often, you know, we all see different things and we can all bring our own interpretation to it. Next print. Thank you, judges. We have an average score of 75. I will grab a comment if I can, please. I might actually... Katie, do you want to make a comment? I was going to go one or the other.
So well done for the content of this and the concept. It's certainly something that's got a lot of meaning. I'm a bit confused about the lighting. I'm guessing that it's coming from a doorway, but it doesn't seem to be. There's something about it that doesn't seem quite right. And of course, it could be completely right. So apologies if it is totally accurate, but it almost looks like it's been sort of dropped in or altered in some way that makes it look a little bit unrealistic. Yeah.
Thank you. Next print, please. Yeah, sure. Who hasn't been on for a while? Andrew, come on down and replace Alan, please. It is a little stuffy in here. Yeah. Bruce, could you just open the door just for a minute? It is much cooler outside of this room. We'll get some fresh air for not just our judges, but our in-person audience. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 72, and you are all within that scoring range. I might grab a comment if I can, please. Mandarin, you're on 72, if that's okay.
Beautiful outfit that the pregnant lady is wearing, and a good lighting attempt. What I think could really improve the image is more careful placement of the hand over the bust. It does look a bit claw-like and awkward, and also the hair's so beautifully placed. It's just a shame it's disappearing into black. So more shadow detail would definitely lift it.
Thank you. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 74. And again, you're all really quite close there to that average. Shireen, can I get a comment, please?
One of the things that I'd love to see, and I do see it quite a bit is in where you place the hands when you're doing pregnancy shots, but also the way that you ask them to hold their baby or their tummy. Sometimes I see what I call doll hands, and doll hands are really end up looking quite stiff and quite wide, whereas you can actually make something look a lot more finesse and a lot more gentle if you look at the finer details of your shoot. Once you've got somebody placed beautifully and you've got everything else going nicely, just really, really work on your posing and look at the hands and even do a little hand workshop because it's worth it. It actually
absolutely.
can really change it.
Great feedback. Thank you. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 78. If I can, could I grab a comment? Andrew, please. Yeah, you're very close to the average.
This is an enigmatic piece that leaves us asking quite a number of questions. The colour harmonies have been chosen to give us some depth, which is working well. The lower half of the frame, though, is not sure it's really connecting and adding anything to the portrait. And I think I'll leave it at that.
All right, next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 72. And again, you're all really, really close there. Katie, you're right on 72. Can I get a comment?
Sweet little subject. She's so cute. I think that the print's a bit flat. It just needs a bit more oomph. It might be the paper choice. It might be some of the processing, but just to make the blacks actually look black, but while still retaining some detail, I think would help.
Thank you. Next print, please. Our judges have been doing a very good job all day. And looking forward to celebrating all of this amazing work tomorrow night at the gala. Into your scores when you're ready, on your way back to your chair. Gives the system a bit of time to catch up. Thank you, judges. We have an average score of 80. Well done. All right, before you put that in your mouth, Shireen.
That just didn't sound good, Kelly.
Let me explain in a moment.
Why I did take this into that range because I really liked that the photographer took enough time to actually make sure that this environmental portrait, you could actually see everything that's in this gentleman's, that's around his world, in his shed. And And it's so nice and clean. The expression's lovely. That real look of I'm hoping it's the grandfather. Hopefully it's not the father, just in case I'm insulting anyone. But, it's just beautiful. I thought it was really well done.
It's almost like he has a new prized position. Excellent. Now, just to clarify, what Shireen was putting in her mouth was a chocolate bar. For anyone online who can't see, that we're just giving our judges a little sugar to get the energy levels up again. Let's go. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 71 in the commended range. If I can, please, Christopher Ian, could I get a comment from you?
An interesting viewpoint, the child looking back like that. The reason I liked this photo, I didn't take it into semi-finalists, but the reason I did like it is your horizon lines and your wave encapsulate the child's head and the shoulders. I just think stylistically, if you're going down to the beach, have a word to your clients about clothing choices. That's because there's two jarring colours there.
Thank you. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 78, and again, you're all relatively kind of close there. I might grab a comment if I can, please, Mandarin.
Gorgeous subject, and the styling is definitely to be commended. I would have loved to have seen a little bit more shadow detail in the floorboards to just incorporate them into the composition, and also maybe a little bit more styling on the straps on the baby's outfit.
Thank you, judges. All right, have any of you been on? I've been off and taught a class, and I've come back. Has anyone been on here for a long time? I do need to swap out some judges though, so I might give Mandarin and Christopher a break, and I will bring Charmaine back on, and I might bring Kelly Tunney on if that's all right. Wonderful. Right, we got some fresh judges logging in to our system. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 69. Andrew, could I please get a comment?
Yeah, I'd like to have seen the hands dulled down enormously because they're very distracting, as is I guess the overall position of this. It's very, very heavy in its treatment and lighting, and it's probably best looked at by maybe going and looking at some awards books and seeing what sort of portraits do well in these competitions.
Thank you so much. Next print, please. Alright, entering our scores as we sit down. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 85. All right, Andrew, you did really like this. Let's get a comment.
Absolutely sublime, beautiful, really well handled, fabulous lighting, great print quality, sublime expressions, love the little toesies doing their thing. Of this genre, I think this is particularly beautifully done. Well done.
Thank you. Next print, please. 85 is a semi-finalist score. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 80. Well done. I might get a comment, Charmaine, if I can, please.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I quite like this. I felt the background, though, let it down for me. It was just too grainy compared to the front being so sharp. Yeah. I would have liked it to be in more keeping with that. Otherwise, it would have even gone higher than what I did. Yeah.
There appears to be a texture in there as well.
As well, yes, which is really...
Yeah, it impacts the depth.
It does. It's a shame because the tones and the placement and the posing of the little girl is whimsical and theatrical, but it's just this shift between the front and the back. Yeah.
It reminds me of Gone with the Wind. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 77. Katie, could I get a comment, please?
So there's been a lot of care put into this, and I really enjoy the connection. But it's been overly lit, and I guess the eyes closed. I question it whether they need to all have their eyes closed. Whether it would be so much more impactful if at least one of the sets of eyes was open.
Thank you. Next print, please. We have a score of 72. Thank you, judges. Shireen, could I get a comment, please?
For me, it's just watching how you're retouching this and lighting it, especially when they're going to put their hands up, and the shadows that it causes, and especially on the face as well. So that's what I'd be looking at, your lighting.
Great expression captured. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 73. Could I get a comment, please, Kelly?
Interesting subject. It's probably just needing that extra. There's the, he's sort of embracing this guitar, which he obviously cares a great deal for, but there's just with the glasses and sort of losing a bit more connection. It just needed a touch more activity or something, and perhaps paper choice, that luster is sort of perhaps letting the frame down as well.
Yeah, even a little bit more control of that light. Yes. It's a little bit too bright there on that forearm. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. The judges have entered their score. We're just waiting on the system to catch up, do its little calculation, and register that score of 72. Thank you. Could I get a comment, please, Katie?
So there's a bit too much space between Mum's head and Bub's head. Lift Bub up a little bit higher, get a hand over the other hand, turn more towards the light and change the angle of the shot. Just little things.
Yeah, it's a beautiful photograph, and the light on, in terms of Mum, and the light on Mum's face is beautiful. However, it just falls short the further down it goes towards that baby. Sometimes turning that chin away from the light source on a baby will prevent you from creating what's called Gould's lighting on the baby. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 68. Could I get a comment, please? Shireen, you're on 68.
Yeah, sorry, Kelly. I think the thing is that I've been sitting here thinking, what would you do? What would you do? What would you do? Number one, the door out of the middle of the back of the head of the subject is really, really distracting. Plus the fact that the door and the painting and everything behind is brighter than the subject, so therefore your eye just keeps getting drawn out of the photograph. So perhaps re-look at working something like that.
Yeah, thank you. Next print, please. I mentioned earlier our judges have had a big day and a big day yesterday. I don't think we actually finished until about 8:30 last night judging all of these incredible prints. So we have seen some amazing work come through. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 71 and you're all really, really close there. I think this is a great example of standard, everyday professional practice, what we should be producing for our clients, and every parent would love this. In terms of competition print, we're probably looking for a little bit more in controlling the light and that composition and camera angle there. Next print, please. Just let me move that along a bit. Thank you, judges. Shireen, is yours? Oh, yep, there it is. We have a score of 77. Charmaine, could I get a comment from you, please?
Yes, the face is just so strong, and I want to know more about this man. I just feel the bottom part coming up there, there's a bit of a wave of greeny stuff. So I'd like a little bit more definition in his body. But I see this, maybe there's a bit of a story that he's wanting to sort of sleep back into the background, but the skin tone's very red, but maybe his skin is very red. There's an appeal about it, but I just feel the printing and the finesses let it down. Yeah.
Yes, Shireen, please.
I was just going to say the bottom looks like he's been a sailor or somebody, it's a boat down there, and then there's the writing behind his head as well, Charmaine, which says about the sea, man of the sea. And I guess that I think if that had been presented, just better, actually this could have been an image that actually went up there a lot higher. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Andrew, had been more than 5 points, would you have potentially challenged this? Okay, well, because of that, and because all of our judges want to say something, it's not often that a print comes up and they're all kind of looking at it going, I'll say something. So I will throw my hat in the ring and go, I'll challenge it, which means all of you can take another fresh look at the print, because there is a story in there, and I encourage you to come up and take a deep look at this. Yeah. And obviously there are some things that you saw the first time, but I would like you to have another look. And then Andrew will start with a comment from you, please.
Yes, I was just whispering into Shireen's ear that it was the old man and the sea, and that the Hemingway vibe with that this man's strong, deliberate, weathered features is terrific. It's absolutely terrific. Yes, there's some awkward cropping. Yes, I'd like to see more of the story. But what we got here is surely into the semi-final range.
Thank you, Andrew.
I'm going to add to that.
Yep. Kelly feels the same as Andrew. I might grab a comment if I can, Katie, from you.
It's a C. The only word I can make out is CSEE, not C as in the sea, which just adds further confusion to me, but for me. But I'm listening.
All right. I might. I'm going to ask just if anybody has anything else to add, and then obviously I'll have a comment. Anyone else? All right. So often when we're presented with something like this, we are, quite challenged because there's a story there. But what's quite intriguing about this is that everything has been deliberately placed for a reason. So how we see it, how we interpret it, obviously is up to each of us. But I would like you to have another look at the scoring range when you re-enter your scores for this, because it's intentional. Everything has been placed intentionally. We can question how we would have done things, but it's not about that. It's about what we've been presented with in a story. And I look at those skin tones, and yes, instantly I go, they're red, but I'm like, no, he's been weathered by the sea. And most men, I watched The Greatest Catch on Netflix when they're out in the ocean fishing, and they've all got red faces because they are weathered by the sea and they like a drink. So, I think those skin tones are really appropriate for the type of portrait of this character. And the detail, the very, very fine detail that is at the bottom of that print, you can see the ocean, the shoreline, the water coming in onto the sand. You can see the outline of the buildings. It's very, very clear, and there is a faint light. So there is so much there in terms of story. Obviously, how we interpret it is entirely up to you, but I just thought that I'd get the conversation started and see where we go. Thank you, judges.
I just need to determine your rescore.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
That's all right. That's okay. We'll finish with it. And then yeah, so can you just write on that?
I'm naughty.
Oh, okay.
So what did it get, Kelly? What did it get?
The original score was a 77, so we're just asking for it, to have another little look and see if it does just kind of, make its way into that next category up. Or you may see that it fits elsewhere based on another look. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 81. I love having conversations like that. Keeps us on our toes. Next print, please. One moment.
Can I kill some time and fill in with a plug for my talk tomorrow?
Absolutely. Where are you talking tomorrow, Andrew, and what about?
I'm talking here tomorrow. We're doing something called the Space Effect. So Pastor Kevin is my co-host. Pastor Kevin is a NASA-trained educator. I'll be showing my photographs of deep space, and we'll be talking a little bit about some of the wonders and glory that's out there, and Pastor Kevin will be touching on the astronaut's perspective of all of this. We'll also mention, of course, aliens, Star Trek, life on other planets, and all that fun stuff. So do come along. It'll be fun. 10:30 in the auditorium.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. All right, judges, let's have a look at this print. Thank you, judges.
Sorry. Wasn't keeping up with current events.
How's everyone going on the panel? We all feeling good? Yeah, good. Cold. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 66. Kelly, Tony, could I possibly get a comment, please?
Sure. Look, overall, it's really quite dark. I just think the separation between the family there, silhouetted, is just a bit muddled. They need to be further apart. Watch your distractions in the background. It's very flat as well, but cool sunset.
Thank you, judges. Next print, please.
This print scores 69, just sitting on the other side of professional practice. The wrong side, but close. Comment?
What I would have loved to have seen in this is if the photographer could have created more of a connection between themselves, the baby, and the parent, or whoever it is that's holding them, because it feels like the person's been directed to put the baby on the knee and point it towards the camera, and the love and the connection and everything we want to feel and all the those beautiful emotions that parents have when they have a new baby is a bit lost in this, unfortunately, even though the baby's being held quite nicely.
Thanks, Shireen. Next print, please. Scores 70, just in that commended range. Let's get a comment, if we could, please, from Katie.
Fun party. It's a colour explosion. There's a lot of engagement. I guess, it probably just we could do with some more space. See the edges and not have people cropped off.
Thanks, Katie. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have a 90 finalist straight away. We all happy with that?
Yeah,
Good?
that's great.
All right. I'll get 2 comments because obviously for people in the room, if it gets that high, we'd like to know why. They can't see everything in the detail. So let's take a comment first of all. Does anyone have something strong they want to say? Otherwise, okay, Andrew, thank you.
Yeah, there's a fabulous story about, I guess, anxiety and depression and self-worth, and lots of different stories. If you can get a chance later, maybe go up and have a little read of all the comments, because they've been placed into a thumbprint, which really gives a strong sense of identity here. It's a very well-crafted image.
Anybody else? Yeah, Katie?
Yeah, I see it as a portrait of humanity as well, that, you know, there's a sort of, there's a uniformity or a type of monotony about this, which is kind of, I guess it's the thumbprint as well, and the very straight expression, which says a lot more than just one person. It sort of feels like it's about the world and about people and about, you know, what happens inside all of us. So I think it's big.
I'm glad you picked up on thumbprint because, you know, there's obvious narrative, the words, you read the words, etc. But it's the hidden narratives that sometimes give a picture its value. And, you know, the fact that it jumps straight into that bracket means it's a finalist and will be seen as such. And good luck. Well done. We'll have the next print, please. Print score is 75. Everybody very close to that. Have a quick comment, please, from Charmaine.
Yeah, I think this is quite strong. I felt the word high could have been made smaller. It would have been more cuter for the little baby rather than the big H-I. It took over from the baby. Yeah.
Sorry? Yeah, I was going to say, or is it the name?
Oh, okay, maybe. High.
Oh.
But yeah, no.
Okay. But I think what you're trying to say is perhaps the word or the word, whatever it is, it's just taking away.
It is. It's taking away from the baby. Yeah.
And unless that's the intention of the photographer, something to think about.
Yeah.
Thanks, your next print. As always, the comments from the photographers aren't telling you you're right or wrong, but they're more to indicate some areas that you might want to look at again. They're giving you an opinion. It's what you do with that's up to you. You don't have to agree with the judges. Often, as you notice, they don't agree with each other. It's hard enough to get a panel to agree with each other, but to get those perspectives from experienced eyes is invaluable. Thanks, judges. Print score is 68, just outside that professional standard. All judges felt that it was just under the mark, or close to. Let's have a quick comment from Katie, you
I
give us
knew.
65 because you saw something there that needs to be improved.
Angle. So coming down a little lower, so maybe that the sun is directly behind their heads, so it's not sort of bleeding through because it's distracting and makes you want to look at it. And then just some more definition, blacks. We saw another silhouette image earlier, and I think I would give the same feedback. Like, it's more about separation, making, you can see the shape, but there are distracting elements in the background.
Thank you, Katie. Next print, please. Print score 72. Commended. Kelly, help them get this higher.
Yeah, just a couple of things with the cropping across the hand at the bottom there, but also just the camera angle perhaps needs to be up a little bit more or down a lot more.
Thanks, Kelly. Next print, please. Print is going to score an 80 and is a print scores 80 and is a semi-finalist. Again, everybody was fairly consistent there. Let's have a comment from Mr. Campbell, who
Just wants to say they've got to pull this out when this kid turns 21. They've got to do it. Great shot.
doing Churchill's impressions at the age of 6 months. Sorry? A bit of Rocco. Next print, please. Okay, keep focused, guys. We've got a few more to go yet. So just one more page. Sorry? 22. Yeah, about that. Just a little bit. Print score 73 and is a commended. Can I please get a comment from somebody who thinks they could comment on this print? Let's have a look. Thank you, Charlotte.
Yeah, I think the landscape's really quite pretty. I'd like to have it just, I think a bit more life in their faces would really be lovely. It's not really quite a silhouette. It looks more like you'd want to see more light in their faces. And probably a little bit more connection with the four of them rather than just the two and the two. It'd be really cute, tight together.
I think even though it's backlit, it's still a bit too contrasty for what is essentially about a family moment. So just a softening of that. Those shadows are a bit too heavy. Let's do a quick judge change. Who's been on the longest? Be honest. Thank you, Andrew. You can take a break, Lisa. And who's been on the second longest? Thanks, Kate. You can have a break. Alan.
I'll go next.
I could have gone over and asked Kelly, but I thought I'd just keep you moving. So Lisa is. Score 78 and is a high end of the commended. It's not that often that humans are faster than computers, is it? Can we have a comment, please, from... Thank you, Charmaine. Sorry, what's the score? 78.
Yeah, I just felt the skin tones were a little bit varied, and the sky had the magenta cast coming through it. So if it had more evenness with that, I would have gone higher.
Okay. Thanks, Charmaine. Next print, please. She's putting on thermals, scarf. Just the picture made her feel cold. And all those people listening on live stream in Iceland, stop laughing. Print score 74. I'll just make a comment for the photographer. Generally, if you look at this image, the exposure, the colour balance, everything seems to be correct. And even though you're looking for that loose, candid moment, structuring that around a more deliberate type of posture of the couple, particularly the mum and dad, because they're just a little bit awkward the way their feet are placed, etc. But if you can just get them set right, let the kids go around that, you'll get a more pleasing image, I believe. You wanted to add something?
I do. Just I think more detail to the clothes too, because it's like it's split in the middle, white here and the dark here.
Okay.
I think,
Thank you. Next print, please. Print scores 70, just at that bottom end of commended. But there's some of the judges obviously have seen things that they think could be improved. Can we get a couple of quick comments? Thanks, Lisa.
This is a very, very brand new tiny baby. I would love to have seen that baby lifted up closer to the parents' faces so there's the connection. And I think you've maybe perhaps caught Dad looking a little bit confused and confuddled rather than, you know, perhaps he is confused and confuddled, but even asking something like, you know, what does your baby smell like or something like that gives a slightly more natural expression. And Mum's just that little bit out of focus as well. So when they're so small, bring them right up to their heads and that connection comes.
Yep.
Yeah. So I feel like possibly with this, I feel like this maybe the baby's actually passed away. I feel that's what is happening here. And even with this emotional content that has been presented with us, and you know, it's a devastating picture in that sort of sense. It's just when we're looking at print, the quality needs to be there, and we have, you know, it's tough to photograph a situation like this, but you know, holding onto those highlights and things like that, and getting contrast and printing properly will definitely bring it up.
They're not easy portraits to take for those that have done that. But we don't know for sure. That's true.
Yes,
yeah.
we don't know for sure, but
Okay, next print, please. Okay, thanks, judges. We need a score. Okay, this print scores 73, which is a commended. I'm going to make the comment, and that is that I don't believe this will be allowed through because there's no actual person in the photograph, and it does state within the rules that entries must include at least one person.
That's what I was looking for.
Yeah, yeah. So we've got a score. There's no challenges required there. We have a score on the print. They can have another quick look at it and talk to the photographer in case 17 of us missed it. But yeah, that's what will happen for those who are sitting there going, what, but where? That's what's happening.
Yeah.
So when that happens, we often go through the process, get the score done, because we could be wrong. There may be something we missed. Thanks. Just before we do that print, I'll just get everyone to stand up and freshen up because we've got a bit of way to go yet. Turn around, sit down. Okay, next print, please. Print scores, excuse me, 83. Semi-finalists. Well, at this rate, we're going to be finished at 5:22. We'll be finished about 25 past 5, I reckon, because that was the last print.
You little trigger!
You guys did brilliant. So
We've got the closed section.
I know. So we have got a couple of things to do. There is a closed section where we need to turn off the live stream. We also have reviews to do. So I'm going to hand back to Kelly so she can finish off what she does so beautifully well. And since you've been her family today, she gets to say goodbye to you. But thank you for having me for a little bit.
You're way too kind, Tony. Thank you so much. All right, amazing job, guys. So our main section of the portrait category is now done. We do have a few portraits that probably need to go through for reviews and so on. And then we have and we also have the closed section before reviews. So they're just images that we don't broadcast live. No, we're not doing. We're doing the closed section first, right? Oh, and then what if there's one of the images that needs to be reviewed in the closed section? Oh, okay, perfect. Well, we're going to do reviews first of this category. My apologies. I didn't realise they were separate. Yeah, reviews. Yeah, all the ones with the 9s. Anything with a 9.
Oh, you guys could review mine if you want. I'll have you.
You probably feel better now, do you? I feel great. Yeah.
I feel great.
So I don't need to speak into the microphone anymore, do I? Oh, we're still live. Okay, fantastic. We are still live. Okay, so this review section, we have got an image that is sitting on 69. We're seeing if this should go into the next scoring range, and it's going to stay where it is at 69. Next print, please. You have a seat. You can. You don't have to have a seat. Have a seat.
Or not. Or not. You do you.
You do you.
You're not my mum.
Luckily.
There's some stubborn judges in the house, I tell you. Thank you, judges. We have a print currently sitting on 69. Are we going to move this to the next round? And it's going to stay where it is. Thank you. Next.
We're done. Oh, sorry.
Our print handlers are doing an incredible job here. No.
Was that a yes or a no for the last one?
69.
69, yeah.
The dog.
Oh, okay, hang on.
Yeah, we're sort of maybe reference the screen.
Maybe reference the screen.
Oh no, the print handlers when they're putting the print up.
Which one are you looking for next?
The beach.
Sorry, it's been filed.
Have a seat, Alan. For those online, we are currently just waiting on a slight technical glitch to be repaired.
Seems to be okay today though. Well, it went one thing. He's just hyped. That's just him. Don't worry, he comes down in a second. See? He comes down. Oh, no.
Yeah, we'll do that. Spreading the, what are you doing? You know what, I've opened this 2 years and I've been online and I've really seen it online. And that is misheard.
Put up some pictures.
Right, largest category of the competition. We are just making sure we've got all of our ducks in a row here before we move on. Yep. Judges, if I could get you to take a look in this direction, please, and tell me if you would like that to move this from 69 into the next category, and it's going to stay where it is. Thank you very much, judges.
Just want to make sure that it's this.
Next print, please. Currently sitting on a 69. Are we happy here, or yes we are? We're going to leave this print at 69. Next print, please. Yes. Currently at 69, and it's going to stay at 69. And would we like to keep this at 69 or move it to the next category? And we are going to move this to a score of 70, commended. Well done. Thank you, judges. This print is currently sitting on 69, and it's going to stay on 69. This print is currently a 69, and it's going to remain a 69. We've done that one. Oh, okay. Next print, please. Currently sitting on 69. Would we like to move it or keep it? We're going to keep it as a 69. Yep, thank you, we're done with that one.
That's all the 69s, so we're moving on to the 79s.
All right, so we're reviewing images now that are currently sitting on 79 to see if they will stay in their commended category or move to the semi-finalist category. Semi-finalist category being very high level of technique, post-production skill and image quality, very high standard of professional client practice, strong visual and emotional impact, and superior level of narrative and interpretation of subject. And this is going to move to the next round as a semi-finalist. That's right.
That's all right. We'll come back to it.
We're just marrying up the image on the screen to the print. We're going to leave this at 79 or move it to, and we're going to keep it at 79. This is the school portrait. Currently sitting on 79 judges. Are we happy here and commended, or? And it will stay in the commended category. Thank you, print handlers. Currently sitting on 79. And that will move to the semi-finalist category. Thank you, judges. Next print. Yes, Katie, could I get you to jump in, please? Wardrobe malfunction there, judges. This is currently sitting on 79 and it is going to move to the semi-finalist category. Thank you, judges. Are we happy with this in the commended category, or are we moving it to, and we're going to keep it in the commended category? Stays.
Just the dog one, sorry. The little boy. There's more than one. There's
Is there?
a couple of them, so I'm going to bring up the dog one first.
We've got one left in 89 here.
Oh, it's sitting in the...
It's got 82. Just waiting on our system.
And the ones that I thought was missed connections because
Maybe they're the challenges.
One from 89? Yes, please bring that one.
Currently, we're moving to the next category. So these are images currently sitting on 89 in the semi-finalist category, and we are looking to see if they move to the finalist category. The finalist category is exceptional visual and emotional impact, high original narrative, superior level of post-production techniques, and skill, outstanding quality for professional client work. And it's going to stay a semi-finalist.
That's it.
And that's it. Thank you, judges. Now we're going to do the closed section. Yes, please. All right, just very quickly, if we could have a little quiet in our room. There's a bit of buzz going on after the portrait category. It's been very exciting. Shh. That works every time. I love it. I just wanted to say thank you so much to everybody in the room, especially to our amazing judges who have been here every day, poring over, incredible work that's been submitted to us. We thank you for your participation. We thank you for your experts. We thank you for your humour at times when, we need a little kickstart, and just for constantly being, on the ball, ready to take on whatever challenge is thrown at you. So I appreciate you being here. I appreciate you making my job very easy. Thank you so much. Our print handlers, amazing job. They never complain, and Belinda Richards has done an amazing job as the scribe. Thank you so much. Tony Hewitt has stepped in to help out with channel. Thank you so much. It truly is, both Tony and I feel the same way. It's an absolute privilege to be able to do this, so we are grateful to be a part of this. Thank you so much. Goodbye to everybody online. Thank you for watching. We hope you got what you needed out of this. Please, next year, come join us in person. There is no better classroom. Plus, you get to sit and chat with us and have some fun. All right, guys, take care. We'll speak to you later.